I had been planning the trip for months, not because I wanted to escape anyone or anything, but because I needed silence, the kind of silence you cannot find in a city. The cabin was secluded, tucked deep in a forest I had only ever seen in photographs online. It was the kind of place people imagined when they thought of getting away from everything. No neighbors, no roads nearby, only the dense canopy of trees and the faint sound of a stream somewhere in the distance. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun hanging low, painting everything in golden light that filtered through the pine and oak leaves. The drive itself had been a test of patience. The road had been rough, uneven, and at times unpaved, forcing me to maneuver carefully to avoid damaging the tires. My car groaned in protest more than once as I went over dips and bumps, and I realized quickly that once I parked at the cabin, I might not want to drive again until I left. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of weathered logs, and it sat on a slight incline. There was a modest porch that wrapped around the front, and the door had an old brass handle that felt cold to the touch. The windows were dusty, showing years of neglect, but the structure itself seemed solid. I opened the door and was greeted by the smell of old wood mixed with a faint mildew, which was not unexpected. I set my bag down and walked around inside, taking note of the small living space. The loft above that could serve as a sleeping area, a small kitchen with a wood-burning stove, and a bathroom that was barely usable but functional. It was exactly the kind of place I wanted, and yet, as I stood in the middle of the living room, I felt an uneasy sense settle over me, though I could not yet place why. The first thing I did was check the firewood outside. There was a small stack leaning against the cabin wall, dry enough to burn, and I dragged some inside to prepare for the evening. The sun was dropping quickly behind the trees, and soon shadows stretched across the floor of the cabin, darkening the corners. I lit the stove, and the room filled with warmth and the comforting smell of burning wood. I sat on a chair near the stove, listening to the crackle of the fire, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. It was irrational, I told myself. I was alone, miles from any other people. Yet the thought persisted. The forest outside was darkening fast. From my vantage point near the window, I could see the outlines of the trees, tall and silent. Birds had stopped moving, and the usual sounds of the forest had faded to a low, constant hum of wind in the branches. I decided to go outside before nightfall to stretch my legs and familiarize myself with the surroundings. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves that made each step soft but unpredictable. I wandered toward a narrow path that seemed to lead further into the forest, noticing the way the light hit the trees, leaving long, jagged shadows. The air was crisp, cold even, and I felt it bite at my hands and face despite my jacket. As I walked, I realized how silent it had become. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. There were no animals, no rustling in the underbrush, nothing except my own footsteps. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive, and a small part of me wanted to turn back, to retreat into the cabin where I could at least control the environment. I did not. I continued along the path, following it as it twisted deeper between the trees. Eventually, I reached a small clearing with a shallow stream running through it. The water was clear but icy, and I knelt to touch it, feeling the cold seep through my gloves. I stayed there for a while, just observing, but the deeper I looked into the forest, the more I felt like I was intruding into a world that belonged to something else, something that did not welcome me. Night arrived faster than I expected. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky was dark, and the forest had transformed into a silhouette of jagged shapes. I lit the stove again, this time piling more wood into it to chase away the cold that had crept into my bones. The cabin felt smaller at night, the walls looming closer, the shadows stretching longer than I remembered from the daylight. I tried to distract myself by unpacking supplies, preparing simple meals, and organizing the limited food I had brought. Yet, the sense of unease did not dissipate. Every sound seemed amplified. The creak of the wooden floorboards under my own feet, the tapping of a branch against the window, the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of leaves outside. I went to bed earlier than planned, hoping to ignore the strange sensations by sleeping through them. The loft was cold, and I wrapped myself in blankets, trying to imagine I was anywhere else. Sleep did not come easily. I could hear every groan of the cabin as it settled in the cold night, the wind pushing against the walls. At some point, I was certain I heard footsteps outside, heavy, deliberate, moving in the dark. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The sound stopped after a few moments, but my heart was racing. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer, a fox, or even a raccoon, but it sounded too precise, too measured for that. The next day, I decided to explore the cabin's perimeter more carefully. I walked around the back, noticing the overgrown grass and underbrush that had nearly claimed the path leading to a small shed behind the cabin. The shed was locked, the old padlock rusted but intact. There was no reason for me to go inside, and yet, a part of me wondered why it had been built and what it had once contained. The forest beyond was dense, almost impassable in some areas. I found a slight incline that gave a small vantage point over the surrounding area. From there, I could see how isolated the cabin truly was. No other buildings, no roads, nothing. Just endless forest. It made me feel exposed, small, and fragile. By mid-afternoon, I returned to the cabin and began tidying up. I swept the floor, checked the stove, and made a small lunch. As I worked, I noticed signs of small animals outside. Tracks in the soft dirt near the porch, broken branches where something had passed through. I reminded myself that this was natural and expected in the wilderness. Still, when the wind shifted and brought a sudden, sharp noise, I jumped, heart pounding. The day passed slowly, each hour marked only by the shifting light through the windows and the constant, almost oppressive presence of the forest. Night came again, and this time the sounds outside were more pronounced. Twigs snapped, leaves rustled, and there was a low, almost imperceptible scraping that seemed to circle the cabin. I sat near the stove, staring at the fire, forcing myself to focus on the warmth and light rather than the forest. Hours passed in tense silence. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move across the edge of the window, just at the limit of the firelight. I froze, straining to see, but when I leaned closer, there was nothing. The rational part of my brain insisted it was a trick of the light, the long shadows that the flickering fire cast on the walls. But another part of me could not shake the feeling that I was not entirely alone. The next morning, I resolved to take a long walk, far from the cabin, to distract myself and regain some sense of control. I packed water, snacks, and a basic first aid kit, and set off down a faint trail that led deeper into the forest. The path was narrow, twisted, and overgrown in places, forcing me to brush branches aside and step over fallen logs. Hours passed. I climbed hills, navigated through thick underbrush, and followed the sound of the stream until I came across a small, abandoned campsite. There were remnants of a fire pit, broken pieces of cookware, and the charred remains of wood long rotted. It was clear that no one had been there for years, yet the sense of history hung heavily in the air. Someone had lived, perhaps briefly, in this wilderness before me, and their absence made the forest feel even more indifferent, even more hostile. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting again. I was tired, sore, and my hands were scratched from brambles and rough bark. I lit the stove, prepared a simple meal, and tried to convince myself that the cabin was just that. A cabin, neutral, harmless. But when night fell, the noises outside returned. Louder, more insistent, as if whatever was moving in the darkness had grown bolder. I could hear heavy breathing, snapping branches, something circling the cabin. I sat as still as possible, watching the fire, listening to every sound, heart racing. Hours passed like this. At some point, I began hearing small thumps against the cabin walls, soft at first, then more deliberate. I grabbed a heavy flashlight, shone it at the windows, but saw nothing. I realized that if something were outside, it was clever enough to stay in the shadows. The night felt endless. I could barely eat, barely drink water, and every sound made me jump. I considered leaving, but the thought of navigating the forest in the dark was terrifying in itself. I had no map, little sense of direction, and the only way out was the same road I had driven in on. I forced myself to sleep in short bursts, waking at every noise, every shadow, Every sound I had planned the trip for months, every detail meticulously thought out, every piece of gear accounted for. The cabin sat deep in the forest, far from any road or town, a place that promised solitude and silence. I wanted that, a real escape, away from work, people, and the constant pressure of daily life. I packed enough food, water, and equipment to last a week, and I drove as far as the road allowed before parking and continuing on foot. The last stretch was a narrow dirt trail that wound through towering pine and birch, uneven and slick from rain that had fallen days before. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun was low, sending long shadows across the ground. The cabin itself was modest, built from logs that had darkened with age, a small stone chimney rising from one end. Its windows were grimy and opaque with dust, but the door was solid, the latch heavy, the padlock already removed. I felt a thrill of satisfaction. This was exactly what I wanted. Isolation, untouched space, a place where I could simply exist without intrusion. The first few hours were routine. I unloaded my pack, laid out the sleeping bag on the wooden floor, stacked firewood near the stone hearth, and surveyed the surroundings. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, faintly of pine resin. I checked my water supply, filtered from a nearby stream, and prepared my first meal: rice, beans, and a few dried vegetables I had packed. There was a strange peace in the solitude, a rhythm to the quiet that I hadn't realized I craved. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, occasionally rattling branches against the roof, but it was harmless, part of the environment. I thought about the night ahead, how I would light the fire, sit close to it, and read a book, the rest of the forest pressing in with darkness. By the second evening, I noticed the first unsettling detail. The trail I had followed to the cabin seemed faintly disturbed. Small footprints, animal in appearance but larger than usual, pressed into the soft dirt, leading from the tree line toward the clearing. I had seen tracks before while hiking of deer, raccoons, and foxes, but these were unfamiliar. They were irregular, uneven, almost like someone or something had been pacing, circling. I felt a flicker of unease, but I told myself it was probably just a large dog or a stray bear that had wandered through. I reminded myself I was experienced in the wilderness. Nothing out here could truly harm me if I stayed alert. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, the wind picked up. It was louder, more insistent, pushing branches against the cabin walls. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the pattern of my breathing, the sound of the fire crackling. Around midnight, I woke to a sharp noise outside, a heavy, deliberate thump on the ground, followed by the scraping of branches against the cabin's side. My heart raced. I unzipped the sleeping bag and peered out through the grimy window, but darkness stretched endlessly. There were no shadows, no discernible shapes, only the forest, endless and silent. I rationalized it. A falling branch, an animal brushing against the structure. I tried to sleep again, but I could not shake the sensation of being watched. The next morning, I discovered fresh signs of intrusion. More footprints, closer to the cabin, and broken twigs scattered in a haphazard trail around the perimeter. They were not the prints of a wild animal. They were uneven, deep, human-sized. I felt a surge of anxiety I had not expected, an awareness of vulnerability I had thought I left behind in the city. I double-checked my supplies, secured my food in a corner, and made sure the firewood pile was stacked safely. I told myself again that fear was a tool here, that alertness could keep me safe. The following day, I explored the surrounding forest, keeping the cabin in sight as I moved through the trees. I found no signs of people, no campsites, discarded food wrappers, or human waste. But the feeling persisted. Someone had been there recently, and they might return. I began carrying a knife openly, keeping it in hand when I walked to the stream, my gaze constantly scanning the undergrowth. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves made my pulse quicken. The forest was alive, but it felt hostile now, not peaceful. By the third night, the intrusions became undeniable. I woke to heavy breathing outside the cabin, not the sporadic rustling of wind or animals. I could hear movement circling the building, deliberate, slow, testing. My mind raced through every possible scenario. A lost hiker, a criminal, a stalker, someone who had been watching the cabin while I was away. I could not see them, but I could hear the soft scrape of boots against dirt, the occasional snap of a branch. I stayed still, silent, holding the knife, the fire reduced to embers so as not to give away my presence. Hours passed. Dawn finally arrived with its pale light, and the noises stopped. I cautiously stepped outside. No one was visible. The footprints were gone, washed away perhaps by rain or my own disoriented perception. Yet I knew I had not imagined it. I realized I could not stay passive. I began to prepare traps and warning devices. Strings with tin cans, sharp sticks placed strategically around the perimeter. I arranged rocks near windows so that movement could alert me. I made sure my phone, though it had weak reception, was charged and kept close. I reviewed escape routes, identifying the clearest paths through the forest, marking landmarks to avoid getting lost. Anxiety had transformed into vigilance. The forest was no longer a retreat, but a potential prison if I misstepped. Over the next 2 days, I noticed more evidence. Items I had placed outside, firewood, a cooking pan, had been moved slightly. Branches that had been neatly stacked were now scattered. I never saw anyone, but the pattern of disturbance was clear. Someone was watching, testing, waiting. I stopped, leaving the cabin unattended for long periods. Each trip to the stream or bathroom became a calculated risk. I moved silently, listening for footsteps, glancing constantly over my shoulder. Night was the worst. Shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, the wind carrying sounds that might or might not be real. Sleep became impossible. I alternated between sitting by the fire, knife in hand, and pacing the floor, counting the hours until daylight. On the 5th night, the confrontation finally occurred. I was awakened by a loud crash. The front door slammed with force, shaking the cabin. I grabbed the knife and flung open the door, expecting an intruder, but the clearing was empty. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. I inspected the door. It had been forced, hinges bent, a deep gouge marking the wood. My firewood pile had been overturned, scattered in every direction. I realized the intruder had been closer than I imagined, possibly just beyond the line of trees, hiding, watching. The forest had become an environment of acute danger, and I understood that remaining passive could cost me my life. I gathered my supplies in a rucksack, taking only essentials: water, food, the knife, matches, and my small survival kit. I decided to leave the cabin immediately to retrace my steps down the trail. Every sound was amplified: the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird. I moved cautiously, staying low, using trees and underbrush as cover. At one point, I heard footsteps behind me. I froze, listening, waiting. The sounds paused, then moved away. My heart pounded, but I kept moving, zigzagging, never stopping, aware that my pursuer might be watching every step. The forest grew thicker, the path less clear. Rain began to fall, soaking me, chilling me to the bone. Mud clung to my boots, branches whipped against my face, and I slipped repeatedly. Exhaustion set in, but stopping was not an option. I reminded myself constantly, I needed to survive to reach the road. Hours passed, daylight fading into gray, overcast skies. Eventually, I stumbled onto the widened dirt trail, where the forest gave way slightly. I could see my car in the distance, parked near the edge of the trees. Relief surged through me. I moved faster, adrenaline overriding fatigue. As I reached the car, I stopped, looking back into the forest. No movement, no shadows, nothing to suggest the intruder was still there. I locked the doors, sitting inside for several minutes, catching my breath, heart still racing. The sense of isolation remained, but the immediate danger had passed. I drove away slowly, keeping my eyes on the trees, every rustle making me flinch. By the time I reached the nearest town, I was shaking, soaked, exhausted, and wary of every stranger I passed. I reported the incident to local authorities, describing the forced entry and the disturbances around the cabin. They took note. I had been planning this trip for months, looking for a quiet place far away from everything. No noise, no people, no distractions. I wanted to be alone, to disconnect completely, and the cabin I found on a small listing online seemed perfect. It was in a remote section of dense forest, a few miles from the nearest road, and surrounded by tall pines that blocked most of the sunlight. The pictures online made it look cozy and safe, but I knew enough about isolation to understand that reality was always different from a few well-taken photos. Still, I wanted that kind of isolation, even if it meant risk. I drove for hours, the road narrowing gradually, turning into a dirt track that shook my car with every bump. I watched the trees grow closer together as the sun began to sink lower, the sky turning from bright blue to a dim orange, streaked with thin clouds. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, I felt a mix of relief and unease. Relief because the end of the road meant I could finally set my things down and stop driving. Unease because the silence was so absolute it pressed against my ears in a way I wasn't used to. The cabin was old, built from thick, rough-hewn logs, with a small porch and a roof that had lost most of its shingles. The door hung slightly crooked on its hinges. I parked near the edge of the clearing, grabbed my backpack, and stepped out. The air smelled earthy, thick with pine and damp soil. The forest behind the cabin seemed endless, dark under the last rays of sunlight. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of solitude settle over me, and told myself I could handle it. Inside, the cabin was small but functional. A stove sat in one corner with a stack of firewood beside it. The furniture was basic. A table, 2 chairs, a narrow bed with a thin mattress, and a small shelf with some old supplies left by whoever had stayed here before. The floor was uneven, the wood creaking under my weight. I unpacked, laying out a few essentials: a flashlight, food, water, and a first aid kit. I checked the stove, tested the small sink, and made sure the door could lock properly. Everything seemed normal, but the shadows in the corners felt heavier than they should, and I noticed the faint smell of mildew lingering in the air. Night fell quickly. The forest outside became a solid wall of darkness. I lit a small fire in the stove to warm the cabin and give myself some comfort. The flames cast long, flickering shadows across the walls, and I found myself staring at them longer than I should. The silence outside was so complete that I could hear every small noise inside. The fire crackling, the wind brushing against the walls, the faint settling of the wooden structure. It was the kind of quiet that makes you start imagining noises that aren't there, and I could feel my pulse quicken without any clear reason. Around midnight, I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, a branch snapping, the crunch of leaves. I tried to rationalize it. Deer, raccoon, something small. But the sound kept coming, irregular, slow steps circling the cabin. I froze, listening. The noise stopped, then moved again, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. My flashlight sat on the table, but I didn't pick it up immediately, afraid of what I might see in the beam. After what felt like hours, the steps disappeared into the darkness. I stayed awake until the first hints of dawn, too tense to sleep, feeling like I was being watched, even though I knew it could easily be just my imagination. The next morning, I forced myself to go outside, to explore a little and confirm that nothing was there. The forest was empty, silent except for the faint rustle of leaves. There were no footprints near the cabin, no signs of animals large enough to make the sounds I had heard. I told myself I had imagined it, a mix of nerves and exhaustion. I gathered some wood, checked the surrounding area, and even cleared a small path toward the distant road, in case I needed to leave quickly. I tried to eat breakfast, but the fear from the night before lingered, making my hands shake slightly as I poured coffee from my thermos. That afternoon, I decided to take a longer walk. I wanted to convince myself I was safe, that the isolation was peaceful rather than threatening. I wandered through the forest, noting the thick undergrowth, the moss-covered rocks, and the occasional bird or squirrel. Hours passed, and I stayed within sight of the cabin, though the trees made it easy to feel lost even after only a short distance. When I returned, I noticed something I hadn't before. A small, shallow hole near the edge of the clearing, freshly dug, with the loose soil piled beside it. My stomach dropped. It was too neat, too deliberate to be an animal. I examined the area, looking for clues. There were no footprints leading away from it, no tracks at all. I considered marking the hole, covering it, but a gnawing feeling told me to leave it alone for now. I went inside, locked the door, and tried to focus on keeping myself busy. I cleaned up the cabin, chopped some wood for the stove, and read from a small notebook I had brought. Yet, every few minutes, I found myself glancing at the door or the windows, expecting to see someone or something outside. The tension built in my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. That night, the sounds returned, louder this time, heavy footsteps crunching in the leaves, a low scrape against the side of the cabin, and then a pause, as if whoever it was listening for my reaction. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath. I considered calling for help, but I had no cell signal, no one nearby, and no way to warn anyone if it was real. Hours dragged on. I kept the fire going, the shadows dancing, my mind racing through every possible scenario. Trespasser, lost hiker, or just my imagination running wild. The fear was constant, raw, impossible to ignore. The following day, I took a careful survey of the clearing. I found new signs. Broken branches leading from the edge of the trees toward the cabin, small scratches on the bark of a few nearby trees, and something that made my stomach twist. A faint imprint in the soft soil of a boot, only slightly larger than mine, heading away from the cabin toward the dense forest. I realized that someone had been here, watching me, moving silently enough that I hadn't noticed at first. My mind raced with possibilities. Why? How long had they been here? Did they know I was alone? Panic started creeping in, but I forced myself to stay calm. Running into the forest would be foolish. The cabin provided the only defensible position I had. I spent the rest of the day fortifying the cabin as best I could. I piled more wood against the door, checked the windows, and even fashioned makeshift barriers from furniture. I stayed near the stove, ready with a heavy metal poker. As darkness fell again, the sounds returned, closer this time, deliberate, circling the cabin like a predator. I stayed awake all night, tense and alert, listening to every scrape, every step, every sound of movement. My body ached from holding the same position, my mind cycling through strategies for survival. The next morning, I knew I had to make a decision. Staying was dangerous, but leaving meant venturing into a forest where I could be ambushed. I waited for the morning light, then packed only what I could carry. Backpack, water, food, and the poker. I moved cautiously, staying low, scanning constantly. I found a narrow path through the trees that seemed less traveled and started moving slowly, deliberately, making mental notes of the terrain. The forest was thick, the underbrush sharp and wet, but I pressed on, keeping my pace steady. Hours later, exhausted and covered in scratches, I reached a small dirt road. Relief hit me like a wave. I stumbled onto it, waving a distant car down, and eventually a truck slowed. I explained as best I could that I had been alone in the forest and needed help. The driver offered a ride to the nearest town, and I accepted, feeling a combination of shame and relief. In town, I contacted local authorities, who returned to the cabin to check. They found evidence of someone else having been there recently. Footprints, disturbed soil, and signs of someone trying to force the door, but no one was there by the time they arrived. They told me it was lucky I had left when I did, that whoever it was might have returned later. I never went back to that cabin. The memory of the darkness pressing against the walls, the silent steps circling outside, and the hole in the clearing never left me. I had planned for peace and solitude, but instead found fear and a reminder that isolation is a double-edged sword. Even in the safety of daylight, knowing someone had been there, watching, made every sound in the woods afterward feel like a threat. The experience stayed with me for years, a lesson in respect for the unknown and for the dangers of being completely alone. I had been planning this trip for months, carefully mapping out every detail, making sure I had everything I needed for a week alone in the wilderness. The idea was simple: escape from the city, from the noise, the constant hum of people and traffic, the endless demands of work, and just be alone in nature. I had found a small cabin listed online, tucked away in a remote area deep in the forest, far from roads, far from anyone else. The pictures looked perfect. A simple wooden structure with a small porch surrounded by dense pine trees, a creek running nearby. No one had been there recently, according to the host, and the cabin came with all the basic necessities. It was exactly what I wanted. I arrived in the late afternoon, after a long drive on winding country roads, the last stretch being little more than dirt tracks that rattled the car and threw dust everywhere. The GPS barely worked, and I had to rely on the old paper map I had printed weeks before. Even as I drove, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees were tall and thick, their trunks gray and bark rough, casting long shadows as the sun began to dip below the horizon. There was no sound of civilization, not even a distant road, and the silence was heavy. My excitement mixed with a strange, subtle unease, but I told myself it was just the isolation, nothing more. The cabin appeared just as the sun was falling. The structure was small, maybe 2 rooms at most, built from weathered logs that had darkened over the years. A thin column of smoke rose from the chimney, though I knew it was supposed to be empty. I parked the car a few feet away, turned off the engine, and stepped onto the soft dirt path leading to the porch. The air was sharp, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the forest seemed almost to hum quietly around me, as if it were aware of my presence. I unpacked my things quickly, setting down my backpack and supplies. The interior was modest: a small living area with a table and 2 chairs, a tiny kitchenette with a sink and an old propane stove, and a single bedroom with a simple bed and a thin mattress. Everything was functional but worn, and it gave the sense that someone had lived here long ago and then left it to time. I lit a lantern and went to check the windows. They were thick with small panes of glass, but the frames had shrunk slightly over the years, making them creak when I pushed on them. Outside, the forest seemed almost alive, the shadows deepening as darkness fell. That night, I made a small fire in the cabin's fireplace. The wood was dry, crackling and spitting sparks as it burned. I sat close to it, warming my hands and staring at the dancing flames. The quiet outside was complete. There was no wind, no animals moving through the underbrush, only the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves, far enough away to make me tense but not enough to identify what it was. I ate a simple dinner, feeling a mix of satisfaction and apprehension. Being alone like this was supposed to be peaceful, but the forest had a way of reminding me that I was a guest, a stranger in a vast, unfeeling world. Sleep came slowly. The cabin's thin walls offered no rail protection from sound, and every small noise seemed amplified in the darkness. A branch scraping against the side of the cabin made me sit up, listening. For a long time, there was nothing, only my own breathing and the faint crackle of the dying fire. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I slept fitfully, waking several times to the feeling that someone or something was watching from the trees. Morning brought a pale, gray light through the windows. I made coffee on the propane stove and stepped outside onto the porch. The forest looked entirely different in the daylight. Shadows were less menacing, though the sheer density of the trees still created dark pockets where visibility was limited. The creek nearby gurgled quietly, its water clear and cold. Birds moved through the branches, calling to one another. It seemed peaceful, almost welcoming. I decided to explore a little, to stretch my legs and see more of the surrounding area. I followed a narrow footpath leading away from the cabin. The forest floor was soft with fallen needles and leaves, and the air was damp with the morning's mist. I kept a careful eye on the path, noting how easy it would be to get lost if I wandered too far. After about half an hour, I came to a small clearing. The sunlight broke through in thin streams, illuminating patches of moss and ferns. I paused to take in the scene, feeling the thrill of being deep in the wilderness. But even as I admired the beauty, a cold shiver ran down my spine. Something was off. The clearing seemed too still, too quiet. I couldn't hear the birds or the creek, only the subtle hum of the wind through the trees. I turned back toward the cabin, but as I retraced my steps, I noticed something strange. Footprints in the soft earth, not far from the path. They were deep, large, and human. My heart began to beat faster. I had made sure no one else was supposed to be in the area, no neighbors for miles. The prints were fresh, and they led deeper into the trees, away from the path and toward areas I hadn't explored. My first instinct was to follow them, to see who had been there, but a rational voice in my head warned me not to. I took careful note of their direction and hurried back to the cabin, closing the door behind me with more force than necessary. The rest of that day passed uneasily. I stayed close to the cabin, moving around inside and checking the locks and windows repeatedly. Every sound made me tense. A branch snapping under its own weight, the creek shifting over rocks, leaves rustling with the wind. I tried to distract myself by organizing my supplies and reading, but the awareness that someone else might be nearby refused to leave me. I kept the lantern lit longer than I had planned, casting a warm glow that barely held back the darkness outside. As night fell again, the tension grew unbearable. I sat near the fireplace, staring at the flames, my hands shaking slightly. Hours passed, and I realized I had not eaten anything substantial, only small snacks I had packed. Hunger mixed with fear made me feel weak, but I didn't dare leave the cabin to find more firewood. The shadows outside seemed to shift and move with a mind of their own, and I kept imagining figures standing just beyond the treeline, watching silently. Sleep became impossible. I stayed awake, heart pounding, listening to every sound. At around midnight, I heard it. A deliberate knock at the door. Not a branch falling, not the wind, but a clear, forceful knock. My body froze. My rational mind screamed that it could be anything, that maybe someone had stumbled upon the cabin, but the sound was unmistakable. Someone was there. I moved quietly to the window and peered through the glass, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. My fear made my thoughts race. I could try to confront whoever it was, but that would be foolish. I considered hiding in the bedroom, but that offered no real safety. The knocking came again, slower this time, deliberate. I remembered the footprints I had seen earlier and realized they must belong to whoever was outside now. My heart hammered in my chest. I grabbed my backpack, which I had already packed in case of emergency, and stuffed in a few essential items. Water, some food, my flashlight, and a small hatchet I had brought for chopping firewood. I had no plan, no way to call for help, but I knew I had to leave before this situation escalated. I waited, listening. The knocking stopped, and for a tense moment, there was silence. Then I moved, carefully and silently, around the cabin to the back, away from the door where the figure might be standing. The forest was pitch black, and my flashlight barely penetrated the shadows. I stepped lightly over roots and stones, trying to make as little noise as possible. Every sound seemed amplified, every snap of a twig underfoot making me jump. I focused on one thing, putting as much distance between myself and the cabin as quickly as I could. After what felt like hours, I found a small ridge that looked familiar. I remembered seeing it during my initial exploration in daylight. Using it as a guide, I began moving toward the dirt road where I had left my car. The forest seemed endless, and the moon offered only faint light through the canopy. My muscles burned, my legs ached, and the cold night air bit at my skin, but I kept going, refusing to stop. The thought of being trapped in that cabin, with whoever was out there, propelled me forward. Finally, just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me, I saw the faint glint of my car's surface through the trees. Relief washed over me, but I remained cautious, scanning the shadows for any movement. No one appeared. I reached the car, threw open the door, and climbed inside. I locked it immediately, hands trembling, and kept the engine running. I glanced at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure following me, but the road behind was empty. I drove slowly at first, backtracking along the dirt road, making sure no one was trailing me. The car rattled over rocks and roots, and the narrow path offered little room for error. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea was simple: escape the city for a long weekend, spend some time alone in the woods, breathe fresh air, and leave behind the constant noise and pressure of work. I found a small cabin for rent online, tucked deep in a remote forest area in the northern part of the state. The photos looked perfect: a modest wooden cabin with a stone chimney, surrounded by tall pine trees, a little creek running nearby. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, no one around for miles. It was exactly what I wanted: solitude, nature, and a break from the artificial pace of modern life. I arrived in the late afternoon on a Friday. The drive had been long and winding, the roads getting narrower and rougher as I went further in. By the time I reached the last turnoff to the cabin, the sun was already low in the sky, streaking golden light across the trees. I parked the car on a small patch of dirt cleared for parking, unlocked the cabin, and stepped inside. The interior smelled faintly of wood polish and musty air, which I didn't mind. It was cozy. A small wood stove sat in the corner, a stack of firewood beside it. There was a simple kitchen, a table, a few chairs, a bed, and a small bathroom. I unpacked a few essentials and started a fire in the stove. The flames crackled and warmed the room quickly, making the space feel alive. I went outside to explore the surroundings. The forest was dense, almost silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant sound of birds settling in for the evening. I followed the path that led to the creek. The water was clear, running over smooth rocks, reflecting the last light of day. I lingered there, watching the movement of the water, the way the shadows of the trees stretched across the ground. It was peaceful, almost hypnotic. As night fell, I returned to the cabin. I ate a simple meal, drank some water, and read by the fire until I fell asleep. The first night passed without incident, though I remember waking at one point to the sounds of the wind in the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. I told myself it was normal, that the forest was alive in ways the city never was. The next morning, I woke early. The sunlight was streaming through the small windows, casting a warm glow across the room. I had planned to go for a hike today, to explore some of the trails marked on the rough map the rental owner had left me. I packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and my camera. The trails were narrow, winding between the trees, up and down small hills across little creeks. The forest smelled damp and earthy, and the birds were busy singing. I walked for hours, enjoying the solitude, the way my footsteps sounded on the dirt and fallen leaves. Around midday, I came across an old, abandoned cabin hidden in a clearing. Its wood was gray and rotting, windows shattered, roof partially collapsed. There were strange markings on the door, almost like scratches, and the place had clearly been deserted for years. Part of me wanted to explore it, but another part of me hesitated. There was a sense of unease, a feeling that someone or something had been there and left in a hurry. I took a few pictures from a distance and moved on, trying to shake off the creeping anxiety that had started to settle in. By late afternoon, I was back at my cabin. I decided to stay closer to home for the rest of the day. I cut some wood for the stove, prepared my dinner, and spent a few hours sitting by the fire, listening to the forest. That night, I couldn't sleep well. There was a noise I couldn't place, faint footsteps or a dragging sound outside the cabin. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, scanning the shadows. Nothing appeared, but the sounds persisted intermittently. I finally drifted off after hours of listening, convincing myself it was just animals, probably a deer or a raccoon moving through the underbrush. The following morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. On the back porch, in the soft dirt, there were footprints. They were human, adult-sized, and not mine. I had been careful to lock the cabin door, and no one else had access to this area that I knew of. My heart raced as I tried to reason with myself. Maybe someone else was hiking nearby. Maybe it was the previous renter. But the footprints led away from the cabin into the woods, and I could see they hadn't been there long. I debated what to do. My first instinct was to leave immediately, to pack up and drive back to civilization. But the car was still far down the dirt road, and leaving right away felt complicated. Something about staying put felt both safer and scarier at the same time. I decided to remain calm, to lock all the doors, keep the fire going, and stay vigilant. I also made sure my backpack and essentials were ready in case I needed to leave quickly. The day passed slowly. Every sound in the forest seemed amplified. A branch snapping was like a gunshot. The wind through the trees sounded like whispers. I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of the woods, just out of the corner of my eye, but every time I turned, there was nothing. I ate sparingly, kept the stove going, and sat near the window with my camera and flashlight. That night, the sounds outside became louder, more deliberate. It wasn't random animal noise anymore. It was footsteps moving around the cabin. Sometimes they paused, sometimes they moved away, then back again. My fear had reached a level I had never experienced. I was alert, hyper-aware, heart pounding, every muscle tensed. I stayed near the stove, keeping the fire high so I could see the interior clearly. I had a heavy metal poker in hand, ready to defend myself if necessary. Hours passed like this, the night stretching endlessly. At some point, I fell asleep, exhausted, but not for long. I woke to the sound of glass breaking. My stomach sank. Someone was trying to get in. I grabbed the poker and rushed to the door. Nothing. The window nearest me had been smashed, small shards scattered across the floor. I realized then that this was no longer a harmless trespasser. Someone had been watching, planning, testing. Panic set in. I thought of calling the police, but there was no cell signal, not a single bar. My only options were to hide, barricade, and survive until morning. I spent the rest of the night moving quietly from room to room, checking doors and windows, piling chairs and anything heavy I could find to block entry points. Every small sound made me jump. I could hear breathing at times, faint and deliberate, coming from outside. I stayed awake, vigilant, until the first light of dawn. When the sun finally rose, I gathered my courage and carefully peeked outside. There was no one there, no footprints apart from my own tracks in the dirt. The smashed window made me shiver, a clear sign that the previous night's terror was real. I decided I had to leave. I packed my bag quickly but carefully, making sure to bring everything I might need. I loaded the car and locked the cabin as best I could, then started down the dirt road. I drove slowly, constantly scanning the forest, heart still racing. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear any sounds, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I reached the main road after nearly an hour of tense driving, a sense of relief washing over me as I entered a busier area. I called the police as soon as I could get a signal. They listened, took notes, and promised to send a patrol to check the area. I reported the broken window and the footprints. The officer on the line asked if I thought anyone might still be in the area. I had no answer. I just knew I had narrowly avoided something dangerous. That night, I slept in my own bed, safe and sound. But the images of the cabin, the footsteps, the smashed window, and the relentless fear stayed with me for a long time. I went back weeks later with a group of law enforcement officers and some friends to check the cabin and the surrounding area. They found no one, no signs of recent habitation, just the evidence of my encounter. I realized that whoever had been there had left, likely watching from a distance, never to be seen again. The experience taught me more about fear, solitude, and awareness than any story, book, or movie ever could. Being alone in a remote area is peaceful until it isn't. Nature itself is calm, but humans can be unpredictable, dangerous, and relentless. I learned to respect isolation, to plan meticulously, and to trust instincts. The cabin remains a place I will remember forever, not for the beauty of the forest or the cozy fire, but for the very real fear that can exist in the quietest places. I never went back to that cabin alone. I still enjoy nature, still hike, still seek solitude, but I do so with caution. Locks, signals, backup plans, and awareness became essential parts of every trip. Fear taught me preparedness, and while the memory of that weekend still makes my stomach churn, it also strengthened my ability to stay calm under extreme pressure. I survived and I learned, and for that I am grateful. Even now, months later, I occasionally dream of that night. The footsteps, the window shattering, the silence that came after. I drove through the forest road late in the afternoon, the sun already beginning to drop behind the thick line of pine trees. The gravel road rattled under my tires, and the sound bounced off the trunks and the hills in a way that made me feel both isolated and alert. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks, a break from work, from the constant stream of emails and calls, from the unending hum of the city. The cabin I was heading to had been rented through a small local agency, tucked deep in a part of the forest few people ventured into. I liked that, the idea of complete solitude, of not having to see anyone or hear anything beyond the wind in the trees, the occasional bird, and maybe the distant sound of a creek, was exactly what I needed. As I drove deeper, the sunlight slanting through the branches painted long, dark streaks on the ground. Shadows moved across the road as the branches swayed, and for a moment, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the forest, nothing more. The cabin appeared suddenly, a dark wooden structure set back from the road, partly hidden by tall trees. There was a small clearing around it, enough for a fire pit and some stacked logs, and an old narrow path that led down to a stream. The place looked deserted, not in a spooky way, but just abandoned in the natural, untouched way the forest seemed to reclaim everything. I parked the car on the uneven ground, gravel crunching under the tires, and got out. The air was sharp and cool, carrying the smell of pine, damp soil, and moss. I could hear the faint gurgle of water somewhere nearby, probably the stream I had seen on the map. The cabin door was wooden and heavy, the hinges creaking as I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of old wood, dust, and the faint tang of mildew. Nothing was out of place, though. The furniture was simple: sturdy wooden chairs, a small table, a bed with a plain mattress. There was a kitchen area with a stove, a sink, and some shelves with old cans and jars. It wasn't luxurious, but it was solid, safe, and quiet. I liked that it was quiet. After unpacking, I went outside to explore a little. The clearing around the cabin was overgrown, but the fire pit was clear, and there was a stack of logs ready for burning. I walked down to the stream, the ground damp under my boots, the water rushing over stones, glinting in the fading sunlight. It was peaceful in a way that made the back of my neck tingle, the kind of peace that comes from being completely alone in a place untouched by other humans. As night began to fall, I returned to the cabin, lighting a small lamp and stacking a few logs in the fireplace. I made a simple dinner, beans heated over the fire, and sat by the flames, listening to the forest outside. The wind rustled the leaves, an owl called somewhere far off, and the stream murmured constantly in the distance. Everything felt normal, even comforting, until I started hearing a new sound. It was faint at first, a soft crunching from outside, like someone walking on the forest floor. I froze, straining to hear. The sound didn't repeat immediately, but after a few moments, I heard it again, slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe a raccoon, but even as I said it, I knew the rhythm of the steps was too heavy, too steady to be small wildlife. I checked the windows and doors. They were all locked. The locks were old, simple bolts, but they held. I had brought a small flashlight, and I circled the cabin, shining the beam into the shadows. Nothing moved, nothing showed itself, but the steps outside continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. My heart was racing, and my mind jumped to every possibility. The logical part of me said someone had followed me here, maybe noticed the cabin and decided to see who was staying. I had read about this in forums. People renting isolated cabins, thinking they were alone, and finding themselves stalked. The fear was sharp, real, gnawing at my nerves. I remembered the small axe I had brought for firewood, and I held it on the floor beside me, feeling its weight, feeling slightly safer. The hours passed slowly. I didn't sleep much that night, listening to the forest, listening to the occasional crunch of footsteps, always keeping the lamp burning, always gripping the axe. I avoided looking out the windows too often. I didn't want to see someone standing there, even though the thought was almost worse than seeing it. Morning didn't bring comfort. The forest looked different in daylight, more exposed, but still isolating. I didn't see anyone around, no footprints, nothing that suggested I had been watched. I debated leaving, but the nearest road was several miles away, winding, narrow, and I didn't want to risk a long drive immediately after a sleepless, tense night. Instead, I spent the day preparing the cabin. I reinforced the doors, barricaded the lower windows with spare boards, stacked extra logs near the doors in case I needed them. Every small action gave me a sense of control, though it was clear the fear had taken residence in my mind. The second night was worse. The footsteps returned in the dark, slower this time, deliberate, circling the cabin. I stayed in a corner, axe ready, listening to the wind, the rustling, the occasional snap of a branch. The fear was like a living thing, crawling under my skin. At some point, I heard a voice, not close, but distant, muffled, probably calling or shouting. My stomach sank. It wasn't a ghost, it wasn't supernatural, it was real, and it was human. The realization was terrifying. I decided to wait until morning again, keeping every light on, keeping a fire going, my mind racing with plans for escape if someone tried to enter. I thought about calling the police, but the cell signal was weak. I had brought a small emergency radio, but it only picked up static and distant, unclear channels. I had no way to reach anyone reliably. When the sun finally rose, I ventured out carefully, axe in hand, checking the perimeter. The footsteps had left marks in the damp ground, faint but visible. Someone had walked around the cabin, probably during the night, but there were no signs of them now. The thought of being alone in that forest with someone who had been around my cabin was still terrifying, but daylight brought a sense of reality back into focus. I spent the day walking the nearby trails, making mental notes of paths, exits, and landmarks. I didn't see anyone, and the forest seemed empty, but I remained hyper-aware of every sound, every movement in the underbrush. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, exhausted but alert. I prepared another fire, another meal, and tried to rest, knowing the night would come again. The third night, the footsteps were closer than ever. I heard them outside the cabin, moving around, stopping, circling. I could hear breathing. I gripped the axe tightly, listening, waiting, the fear now burning into a constant, sharp ache. Hours passed. I stayed awake, eyes fixed on the windows, ears straining. At some point, the footsteps receded, leaving only the wind, the stream, the normal forest sounds. Exhausted, I drifted into a light sleep, still half alert. Morning came slowly. I decided then I would leave the cabin. I packed quickly but carefully, not wanting to leave anything behind that could be useful. I checked the cabin one last time, made sure all windows were closed, and stepped into the bright, crisp morning. The forest looked peaceful, but my mind replayed every noise, every step, every moment of fear from the past 2 nights. I drove back slowly, carefully, eyes scanning every shadow along the road. The city, with its noise, cars, and people, felt overwhelming but safe in comparison. I arrived home, locked the doors, and breathed a sigh of relief so deep it almost hurt. The experience had left me drained, tense, but alive and unharmed. I realized then that the fear had been real, the danger had been real, and my own preparation, my own alertness, had been what kept me safe. In the days that followed, I reported what happened to the local authorities. They visited the cabin and found evidence of someone having been there. Footprints, some discarded items, and marks around the doors and windows. It was clear I had not imagined it, that my instincts had been correct. The authorities increased patrols in that area, and eventually, I was able to return home without fear, though the memory lingered. The experience taught me the value of vigilance, of preparation, of trusting instincts. It also taught me that the world is not always safe, even in places that look empty or abandoned. The forest, beautiful and isolating. Could be a place of danger, and awareness, caution, and careful action were the only defenses. I had survived, and I knew that if I ever returned to such a place, I would never underestimate the reality of human presence, the very real threat of another person who might mean harm. Looking back, the fear, the nights awake, I never thought a simple weekend in a cabin could turn into something that would make me question every decision I had ever made about isolation, safety, and survival. I had planned this trip for months. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a chance to escape the noise of the city, the constant blare of traffic, and the endless demands of work. I wanted solitude, time to read, hike, and just be alone with my thoughts. The cabin I rented was in a remote part of northern Vermont, tucked deep in the woods and surrounded by nothing but trees and narrow, unpaved roads. The online listing made it seem perfect. A small wooden cabin with running water, electricity, and a fireplace. Promised peace, and at the time, that was exactly what I thought I needed. The drive there was long, even though it was only a few hours from the city. The roads narrowed as I went further north, becoming rough gravel paths, winding sharply between towering pines. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds covering the sun. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and damp, a scent I had missed more than I realized. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of wildlife. A deer darting across the road, a squirrel scurrying up a tree trunk, birds gliding silently overhead. There was something simultaneously comforting and unnerving about the solitude. The further I drove, the more I realized that cell service was already starting to disappear. I didn't think much of it at the time. I had told myself this was part of the experience. By the time I arrived at the cabin, the sun was low, casting a dull orange glow over the forest. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, made of dark timber with a small porch and a single window facing the road. It had a woodpile stacked neatly beside it and a small metal mailbox at the edge of the driveway. I parked, stepped out, and took a long breath of the crisp evening air. It was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the door, the hinges creaking as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood and dust, as if it had been closed up for months. The furniture was simple. A small table, 2 chairs, a sofa, a bed tucked into the corner, and a fireplace with a small stack of kindling beside it. A basic kitchen area with a stove, a sink, and a mini fridge completed the room. The electricity worked, and the lights flickered on without issue. I spent the first hour unpacking and arranging my things. I placed my backpack on a chair, my food in the small fridge, and set out my hiking boots by the door. I checked the fireplace and decided I would light a small fire once it got dark. Everything seemed normal. I even felt a sense of excitement, that familiar thrill of being somewhere remote and untouched, far from the crowded streets and constant noise. I made myself a simple dinner of pasta and sauce, eating quietly at the table while the sun finally slipped behind the horizon, leaving a gray, dim light in the sky. Once I finished, I lit the fireplace, letting the warmth spread through the room, and sat back on the sofa, thinking about tomorrow's hike. The night came faster than I expected. Without the city lights, the darkness was immediate and complete. The cabin's small window framed the trees outside, but beyond that, nothing was visible. I felt a small thrill of fear, the kind that comes from knowing you are completely alone, but it was harmless, almost invigorating. I read for a while, the pages illuminated by the soft glow of the fire, until the crackling of the logs and the silence outside began to lull me into a sense of calm. I decided to go to bed early, wanting to be ready for the hike in the morning. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows and crawled under the thin, scratchy blanket on the bed. The wind rustled outside, shaking the branches against the cabin walls, and I imagined the forest alive with hidden movement. Still, I felt safe, cocooned in this small space. I woke in the middle of the night, startled by a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was faint, rhythmic, almost like scraping, coming from outside. My heart started to race as I froze, listening carefully. The wind had died down, and the forest was eerily silent. I strained my ears, trying to determine if it was just a branch brushing against the side of the cabin, but the sound continued, deliberate and measured. I slipped out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and moved to the window. Peering out, all I could see were shadows, dark shapes of trees swaying gently. Nothing seemed out of place. I waited, listening, and eventually the sound stopped. My heart slowly began to settle, and I convinced myself it was nothing more than the natural creaking of the forest at night. The next morning, I woke early, still tense from the previous night, but I tried to shake it off. The sun was bright, streaming through the small window, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. I made a quick breakfast and packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. My plan was to hike along a trail the cabin owner had suggested, which led to a small, secluded lake about 2 miles from the cabin. The path was narrow, overgrown in places and muddy from recent rains. At first, it was peaceful, the sounds of birds and distant running water filling the air. The trail twisted through dense forest, and I walked slowly, careful not to slip on wet roots or rocks. I felt a sense of exhilaration, being completely alone in such an untouched place. After about an hour of walking, I realized I had taken a wrong turn. The trail markers were faint, and I hadn't paid close attention. The forest around me felt denser, darker. The trees seemed to close in, and the sounds of wildlife grew quieter. I tried to backtrack, but the more I turned, the more disoriented I became. I started to feel that creeping anxiety that comes from being lost in a place where no one can find you. I checked my phone, hoping to get a GPS signal, but there was none. The realization hit me fully. I was truly alone, without any way to call for help, in a forest I didn't know. Panic started to build as I tried to retrace my steps. The sun was still high, but I knew it would set soon, and the forest would become nearly impenetrable in the dark. I decided to move carefully, keeping an eye out for any familiar landmark. A fallen tree, a distinctive rock, anything that could guide me back. Hours passed, and the forest seemed to shift around me. Every turn looked the same, every tree indistinguishable from the last. I tried to stay calm, focusing on the sound of distant water, thinking that maybe if I could hear the lake, I could find the trail again. But the sounds were faint and misleading, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. By late afternoon, I had exhausted myself. My feet were soaked, my legs were scratched by branches, and my backpack felt impossibly heavy. I realized I couldn't keep wandering blindly. I needed to find a place to stay put until morning, when I could see better and think more clearly. I found a small clearing, relatively flat, and gathered branches and leaves to create a makeshift shelter. It was crude, but it would give me some cover. I dug a shallow depression in the dirt to sit in and tried to conserve energy, telling myself that I had enough supplies to last the night. I ate a small portion of my food, drank some water, and listened. The forest was alive with the sounds of evening. The rustle of leaves, distant calls of animals, the soft drip of water from wet branches. I felt utterly exposed, but I also felt a strange clarity. I knew I had made mistakes, but I was still alive. Night fell with an almost physical weight. The darkness pressed down, making the forest feel alive in ways I hadn't imagined. Every sound was amplified. The snap of a twig, the rustle of an animal in the underbrush, the distant call of an owl. I tried to stay calm, focusing on my breathing, reminding myself that I knew how to survive for at least a night in the woods. I checked my backpack, flashlight, food, water, first aid kit, enough to hold on. I kept a branch close just in case. Sleep was impossible, but I alternated between sitting quietly and pacing the small clearing, listening, watching, staying alert. Around midnight, I heard something moving deliberately nearby, not random rustling, not the sound of a small animal, but something heavier, slower, deliberate. My heart pounded. I held the branch tightly and waited, straining to see through the darkness. The sound came closer, stopping periodically, as if whoever or whatever it was testing me, deciding whether to approach. I crouched low, trying to remain unseen, and eventually, the sound receded. I don't know why. Maybe it was an animal, maybe a human, but I didn't take chances. I stayed awake the rest of the night, shivering from exhaustion, fear, and cold. When the first light came, it revealed a world transformed. The forest was misty, dew clinging to every leaf. I could see the trail markers faintly in the distance. I forced myself to I had planned the trip for months, trying to make it perfect in my mind. The idea of a small cabin, miles away from the nearest road, surrounded by forest and untouched land, seemed like the perfect escape from the city. Work had been relentless, and life had been grinding me down in ways I didn't fully notice until I stepped away from everything. I rented a cabin that was advertised as isolated but cozy, complete with a small wood stove, basic kitchen, and no internet. I wanted silence, I wanted the rawness of nature, and I wanted to be alone with my thoughts. The pictures online made the cabin seem picturesque, set at the edge of a small clearing with dense forest surrounding it. The path leading there was a dirt road that wound through the trees for miles, narrow and overgrown, which already gave me a sense that very few people ever came this far. The first day I arrived, the air was thick with the scent of pine and wet earth. The sky had a pale, overcast gray, and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind was the only sound besides the occasional distant crow. The cabin was older than I expected, made of dark, weathered wood that creaked when the wind pushed against it, but it had charm and seemed solid. I spent hours unpacking, setting up my small space, making sure everything had its place. I lit the stove, though it was warm outside, to test it, and watched the flames flicker against the walls. The silence was immediate and full, and I felt a strange mixture of comfort and unease. Comfort because there was no one else, no noise to break the rhythm of my own breathing, and unease because I knew that at any moment the isolation could turn into vulnerability. That night, I tried to sleep early. The cabin's thin walls carried the sounds of the forest in ways that were unfamiliar to me. I could hear the wind moving branches high above, scraping against each other. I could hear the occasional snap of a twig somewhere far off, though I couldn't see who or what caused it. Owls called intermittently, their hollow, echoing cries both soothing and chilling. I felt small in the vast emptiness around me, yet strangely alive, more alert than I had been in months. I slept fitfully, waking once or twice to adjust to the uneven floorboards beneath me, but the darkness outside seemed to press in on the windows, reminding me that I was alone. The next morning, I woke to the smell of wet soil and damp leaves. Rain had fallen overnight, leaving the dirt road muddy and slick. I stepped outside, testing my boots in the squelch of the mud, and looked around. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, the trees thick and dense, the underbrush unbroken. I started walking down the small path leading away from the cabin, partly to explore and partly to see how far the forest extended before giving way to any sign of civilization. The first hour was serene. Birds moved overhead, a deer darted briefly between the trees, and I felt as though the forest itself was breathing. Then I noticed something. The tracks in the mud didn't belong to animals. They were human, deep, heavy prints larger than mine, heading in the direction of the cabin. At first, I thought it might be someone staying nearby, maybe another cabin hidden deeper in the trees. But as I walked closer to the cabin, I noticed that the prints were fresh and singular. There were no other prints leading away, no sign that someone had returned the same way. My stomach tightened, a slow knot of unease forming. I looked at the cabin, all windows closed, everything in place, but I couldn't shake the sense that someone had been close enough to see inside. I brushed it off as paranoia, convincing myself that it was likely a hunter or a worker who had passed by earlier, but the feeling lingered. The following day, I decided to stock up on firewood and supplies. I knew the forest was thick, but I wanted to have enough to last me several days without needing to venture far. I loaded my backpack with the small axe I had brought, some canned food, a water bottle, and a flashlight. As I walked deeper into the forest, the ground became uneven, roots and rocks hidden beneath the wet leaves threatening to trip me with every step. I chopped wood and stacked it carefully near a small clearing. The sun struggled to filter through the canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground, and I realized how quiet the forest was. Even the birds seemed to have vanished. I spent hours there, chopping and stacking, my muscles aching by the time I returned. When I got back to the cabin, I found something I didn't expect. The door was slightly ajar. I remembered locking it when I left. My heart thudded in my chest as I approached, careful not to make sudden movements. The inside was exactly as I had left it. Nothing missing, nothing moved except the door. I pushed it closed, securing it with the simple latch, but the unease returned stronger than before. I checked the windows. Everything was locked. No one could have been inside without me noticing. Over the next day, the feeling of being watched intensified. I would see glimpses of movement at the edge of the trees, shadows flitting between trunks, though every time I looked directly, there was nothing. I started leaving the lights on in the cabin during the day, something I had never considered before, just to make it feel less empty. At night, I stayed closer to the stove, keeping it lit even though the temperature was mild. I began to set up small traps of sorts, sticks tied to rocks near the windows that would fall if anyone entered. Little measures that made me feel safer but didn't stop the gnawing tension in my mind. Then came the incident with the tracks. I woke before dawn to find prints circling the cabin, clear in the wet earth. They weren't large, but they weren't mine. Whoever it was had walked around the cabin, pausing near each window. The realization that someone had been this close while I slept made my hands shake. I walked the perimeter carefully, noting every step. Nothing was taken, nothing disturbed, but the prints were there, impossible to ignore. I tried to rationalize again. Maybe a hunter, maybe a lost traveler, but the thought didn't fit. The prints circled the cabin deliberately, and there was no evidence that anyone had come or gone along the road. I decided to prepare. I brought my supplies into the cabin, moving them away from the windows and doors. I reinforced the door with a heavy piece of furniture. I fashioned simple noise traps with cans on strings, anything that might alert me if someone entered. I armed myself with the small axe, keeping it nearby at all times. My sleep became fragmented, a half-awake, half-asleep vigilance that left me exhausted but alert. Every sound of the forest set my nerves on edge. Even the wind became a threat, every branch scraping the cabin a possible sign of movement. Days passed like this, each one blending into the next. The forest seemed alive, not with animals, but with the sense of unseen eyes. Shadows shifted differently than they should have. The wind carried hints of human scent, smoke from a distant fire, the faint odor of sweat and fabric. I rarely left the cabin except to gather more wood, always armed, always checking the perimeter. My food ran low, and I realized I had been so preoccupied with fear that I had neglected my basic needs. Hunger and thirst became a constant ache alongside the anxiety. One morning, I woke to find signs of forced entry. The latch on the door had been tampered with. Small scratches in the wood suggested someone had tried to pry it open, but they had failed. My stomach sank. I realized this was no longer paranoia. Someone had tried to get inside, and I was the only person there. I checked the windows and found faint smudges on the glass, dirt and sweat, suggesting hands had pressed against them. I couldn't see the footprints clearly in the rain-soaked ground. They were partially washed away, but enough remained to show that someone had been around the cabin in the night. I knew I had to leave, but the problem was the isolation. The road was muddy, the forest dense, and my car was several miles away. I considered walking, but the thought of being exposed in the open terrified me. I spent the day planning, organizing my exit. I gathered supplies, noting which items I could carry easily and which I had to leave behind. I didn't know if whoever had been circling the cabin was still nearby, watching, waiting. By evening, I made my move. I waited until the light faded, but there was still enough to navigate without stumbling. I kept the axe ready, my backpack secured, and moved slowly through the trees toward the road. My senses were on edge. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to move unnaturally. I walked silently, forcing my breathing to remain steady. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the dirt road. The rain had slowed, leaving puddles reflecting the dim light. My heart lifted when I heard the distant sound of my car engine, a faint, reassuring hum against the oppressive silence of the forest. I made it back to the car, drenched and exhausted. The relief was almost overwhelming. I started the engine, the vibrations beneath me comforting. I drove slowly at first, checking the sides of the road for any sign of pursuit. None appeared. The forest receded gradually, and as I gained distance, I had been planning the trip for months. The cabin was tucked deep in the mountains, far enough that cell service was spotty and roads ended in unpaved gravel paths that twisted and disappeared into thick forests. The idea was to escape the city, to be alone with nothing but the sounds of the woods and the cold, crisp air of early autumn. I didn't expect anything unusual. I thought it would be quiet, maybe even relaxing, but what actually happened over those days was the kind of experience that seeps under your skin and stays there long after you've left the place behind. The drive up was longer than I anticipated. The GPS had trouble finding the cabin itself. At some point, it simply gave up, telling me to follow the next road, which was really just a muddy track winding between tall pines. The sky was gray, low clouds brushing against the mountaintops, and the air smelled damp, like earth and pine needles, mixed with the faint metallic tang of rain from a storm that had passed earlier. I had my car packed with enough supplies to last a week. Food, water, firewood, a small generator, some gas cans, and a basic first aid kit. I also had a large backpack with extra clothing, a flashlight, a hatchet, and a folding shovel. Items I figured I might need if things got tricky. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked even smaller than the pictures online suggested. It was a simple structure, made of old timber, with a steep roof and a single stone chimney. The windows were dusty, and the door creaked when I opened it, as though it hadn't been used in years. Inside, the smell of damp wood and mildew hit me immediately. The air was cold, despite the late September sun still shining faintly through the clouds. There was a small kitchen, a table and chairs, and a wood-burning stove. The bedroom was narrow, with a bed that looked thin but serviceable, and the bathroom had a toilet and sink, but no shower, just a small hand pump to draw water from the well outside. The first evening passed quietly. I unpacked, stacked firewood, and got the stove going. The sound of logs cracking and popping felt comforting at first. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, making them sway and groan. Occasionally, a bird called or a small animal scurried through the underbrush, but nothing particularly alarming. I cooked a simple meal over the stove and then sat by the window, looking at the darkening woods, feeling the kind of solitude I had wanted for months. The first strange thing happened just before midnight. I was brushing my teeth in the small sink when I heard a knock on the cabin door. At first, I thought it was just a branch hitting the wall or some small animal, but the sound came again, more deliberate. It was slow, deliberate, almost hesitant. I froze, listening. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the windows, and the trees swayed violently. I grabbed my flashlight and carefully opened the door, shining it into the darkness, but there was nothing. Only the faint outline of the forest, moving shadows between the trunks. My heart was racing, but I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Probably an animal, a deer maybe, or a branch falling. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep much that night, checking every sound, every creak of the cabin as if the walls themselves were breathing. By morning, I felt tense but determined not to let it ruin the trip. I packed a small day bag and went for a walk along the trail behind the cabin, trying to shake off the unease. The woods were beautiful, dense, and silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Sunlight filtered weakly through the trees. I noticed broken branches on the trail, which I assumed were from animals, maybe deer or raccoons. I didn't see any tracks large enough to be human, which reassured me slightly. That night, the strange noises returned. This time, it wasn't just knocks. There were faint footsteps outside, moving in a careful, slow rhythm. Sometimes it would stop, and I would hear nothing for minutes. Other times, there was a scraping sound, like someone dragging something across the gravel outside. I kept the doors locked and the flashlight close, but the noises persisted. I stayed up until dawn, too alert to sleep. The wind had died down, leaving an almost unnatural stillness in the air. The silence itself felt heavy. The next day, I decided to explore the area further. I walked along a narrow trail leading to a small stream. The water was clear, running cold over stones, and I followed it upstream to a rocky outcrop where I could see the cabin from a distance. That's when I noticed something strange. Footprints, not animal tracks, leading toward the cabin. They were muddy, human-sized, and fresh. I froze. The cabin had been locked all night, and I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail. I followed the prints cautiously, trying to determine if they belonged to an animal walking on two legs, but the shape was unmistakably human. I returned to the cabin quickly and double-checked every lock. I also stacked more firewood against the windows, thinking if someone was out there, it might discourage them. That night, the footsteps came again, louder this time, circling the cabin. I didn't see anyone, but the sounds made my stomach churn. I stayed awake, leaning against the wall, listening to every shift of the wind, every creak of the old wood. By the third night, I realized I was trapped in a psychological state I hadn't anticipated. Every noise, every shadow became a threat. I started keeping a hatchet under my pillow and a small pocket knife in my hand. I checked the perimeter of the cabin in the fading light, making sure doors and windows were secure. The forest seemed quiet during the day, but at night, it became alive with movement. I couldn't tell if it was animals, the wind, or something else. I avoided walking the trail alone after dark, staying close to the cabin. Then, on the fourth day, the situation escalated. I had gone out early in the morning to fetch water from the well when I noticed something I had missed before. The cabin door had scratches near the handle. They were deep, ragged, as if someone had tried to force it open. My pulse quickened. I checked the windows and the rest of the door. All locks were intact, but the scratches were fresh. I spent hours cleaning them, trying to calm myself. I also made a makeshift barrier from logs and furniture inside, something to prevent easy entry if someone tried again. The next few nights were unbearable. The footsteps and scraping sounds came almost every hour. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past a window, but when I shone my flashlight, nothing was there. I started noticing small signs. Rocks moved near the porch, faint disturbances in the dirt, twigs broken just outside the cabin. It became clear that someone had been watching, lingering nearby, but never close enough to confront me. By the fifth day, I realized I needed a plan. I couldn't continue like this indefinitely. I gathered my supplies, packed everything in my car, and decided to leave before sunset. I spent the morning preparing, making sure the cabin was locked, lights turned off, and nothing obvious would attract attention on my way out. I also left a note taped to the inside of the door, a record in case anyone found it later. As I started the car and backed down the gravel path, I noticed movement in the trees. A figure barely visible, standing still and watching. I froze for a moment, then accelerated slowly, keeping my eyes on the road ahead. The figure didn't move. I drove carefully, knowing the path was uneven and steep, but I didn't stop. The closer I got to the main road, the safer I felt. Finally, after nearly an hour, I reached the paved highway. I felt a wave of relief so strong it almost brought me to tears. I drove straight to the nearest town, filled my tank, and reported what had happened to the local authorities. They took my statement seriously and promised to patrol the area more frequently. They told me cases like this weren't common, but occasionally someone would try to watch or scare off people in isolated cabins. The sense of relief I felt was immediate and total. Even after leaving, the memory of those nights lingered. The fear wasn't from any supernatural presence, but from the very real possibility that someone could have been out there, watching, waiting. That kind of fear, grounded in reality, is different. It doesn't vanish quickly. I returned home, but for weeks, I double-checked locks, noticed shadows in the corners of rooms, and flinched at every unexpected sound. The experience left me more cautious, more aware of the fragility of solitude. Eventually, I realized I had survived because I stayed alert, trusted my instincts, and avoided confrontation. The cabin trip, meant to be peaceful, had taught me how quickly isolation can turn dangerous when another person is willing to cross the line. The woods themselves were innocent, but humans, unknown, unseen humans, could make any place terrifying. I never returned to that cabin. I told a few friends about the trip, leaving out the more vivid details, but the lesson stayed with me. If I ever go into the wilderness again, I will do so with caution, preparation, and respect for the fact that not every danger is obvious. Some dangers are silent, hidden, and patiently waiting, and those are the ones that leave the deepest mark. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, after weeks of non-stop work and city life that drained me in ways I hadn't realized. The idea of escaping to a remote cabin in the mountains felt like the only relief left. The cabin was somewhere deep in the woods, far from the nearest town, off a dirt road that twisted through hills and thick pine forests. I had picked it because it was isolated, off the grid, with no electricity except for a small generator and no neighbors within walking distance. I wanted silence, solitude, and the kind of emptiness that made the world feel like it belonged to me alone. I didn't want noise. I didn't want people. I wanted to feel the rawness of nature and, maybe, test myself in a way that the normal rhythm of life never allowed. The drive there had been long and winding, the kind that made the air feel heavier with every mile. Trees pressed close on either side of the dirt road, their trunks knotted and roots protruding in ways that made the path feel like it could trip me up at any moment. The sky had been gray that day, low clouds hanging between the peaks, casting shadows that made the forest look endless, oppressive even. When I finally saw the cabin in a clearing, the sight was almost surreal. It was simple, made of dark wood that blended into the surroundings, with a small porch and a stone chimney. Smoke curled from the chimney, faint and thin, suggesting that someone had been there recently, or maybe the caretaker had lit it in preparation. I didn't mind. In fact, it made me feel safer at first, though I quickly reminded myself that I was alone now. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of old wood and something earthy, like soil and damp leaves had seeped in over the years. The interior was sparse but functional. There was a small kitchen area with a stove and some basic utensils, a single bedroom with a sturdy bed, and a bathroom with a shower that relied on the generator for warm water. Outside the windows, the forest seemed endless, a wall of green punctuated by the occasional dark trunk. I unpacked my bag, setting my supplies neatly on the counter, and took a deep breath. The silence hit me immediately. There was no traffic, no distant barking, no planes. Nothing. Just the occasional rustle of leaves or the call of a distant bird. I spent the first day exploring the immediate surroundings, walking slowly along the paths I could see winding into the forest. The trees were dense, their roots gnarled like old hands gripping the earth. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen pine needles and occasional rocks, making every step deliberate. I kept a small backpack with water, a flashlight, and a hunting knife. I wasn't expecting danger, not really, but I wanted to feel prepared. It was only as the sun began to dip behind the mountains that I felt a sense of unease. The forest took on a different character at dusk. Shadows stretched long and unnatural across the clearing. Every small sound, the snap of a twig, the distant caw of a crow, seemed amplified. I forced myself to stay calm, reminding myself that this was just the forest being the forest, nothing more. The night was colder than I expected. I had brought a small wood stove into the cabin, which made the room warm and comforting, but the wind outside howled through cracks in the walls and under the door. I wrapped myself in a blanket, sitting in the small armchair near the stove, staring into the weak flames. That was when I first noticed it, the sound. It was faint at first, a soft scraping, like nails dragging across wood. I froze, listening. My heartbeat jumped. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a stray deer scratching at a tree or a rock. But as I listened closer, the sound seemed deliberate, moving, coming closer. I walked to the window and peered out into the blackness. Nothing, just the dense trees, dark shadows, and the faint outline of the clearing. I tried to dismiss it and went to bed, but the scraping continued intermittently until I fell into a restless sleep. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat, convinced I had imagined it, though the tight knot in my stomach suggested otherwise. The morning was clear and calm, and when I stepped outside, the forest seemed peaceful again. Birds sang. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Everything seemed normal. But later that day, while I was chopping firewood near the edge of the clearing, I noticed something strange. Footprints. Not mine, not like any animal I had seen. Human footprints, leading from the tree line toward the cabin, then stopping abruptly near the edge of the clearing. They were fresh, deep in the soft earth. My stomach turned. Someone had been here. I spent the next hours checking the perimeter of the cabin, moving slowly, quietly, listening for any sound, any sign of someone. There was none. No movement, no voices, nothing. I decided to lock the door and windows, and I kept my knife nearby at all times. By nightfall, the sense of being watched had become unbearable. Every shadow seemed like it could conceal someone. Every sound, from the rustling of leaves to the snap of a branch, made me flinch. The scraping came again, late at night, this time closer, more insistent. I realized it was coming from the back of the cabin, where the woodpile and storage shed were. I stayed in the living area, trying to control my breathing, gripping the knife tightly. The scraping stopped after a while, replaced by silence, but the fear stayed. The next day, I planned to leave. The unease was too much, and I realized that I had underestimated how isolated this place could feel when someone was intruding into my space. I packed quickly, leaving most of my supplies behind, and prepared to hike the several miles back to the nearest road. I followed a faint trail that wound through the trees. It was uneven and slow going, and I constantly looked over my shoulder. That was when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, not following the path but in the woods near it. They weren't light. Heavy, measured steps moving parallel to mine but just out of sight. My heartbeat spiked, and I broke into a run, twisting through the underbrush, branches scratching my arms and face, but I didn't dare look back. After what felt like hours, I finally burst onto the dirt road I had driven in on. I ran toward the direction of the town, waving my arms in desperation when I saw a car in the distance. The driver slowed, looked at me with confusion and concern. I explained as quickly as I could, breathless and frantic. They offered to take me into town. Later, with the local sheriff, we returned to the cabin during daylight. They found signs that someone had been living near the cabin. Makeshift shelters in the trees, abandoned food containers, and discarded clothing, but no one was there. The footprints I had seen matched those of a known local vagrant who had a history of breaking into cabins and stealing supplies. He hadn't been dangerous before, mostly avoiding confrontation, but his presence in the woods was unpredictable. I never returned to that cabin. The experience stayed with me, a reminder of how fragile safety can feel in isolation. I kept thinking about the sounds in the night, the feeling of being watched, and how quickly a quiet, peaceful escape could become something terrifying. But I was alive, and I learned to respect the unpredictability of being alone in the wilderness. I realized preparation wasn't just about supplies, it was about awareness, vigilance, and trusting instincts even when logic told me I was probably imagining things. Over time, I found peace again in the outdoors, but I never again went somewhere that felt as empty and vulnerable as that cabin. I had survived, but I had learned that solitude comes with risks, and the quietest places can hide the most alarming realities. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. The idea of escaping into the woods, away from the city, the noise, and the constant hum of people's lives, felt like the only way to reset my mind. I had booked a small cabin online, hidden deep in the mountains. From the pictures, it looked perfect. A modest wooden structure surrounded by tall pine trees, a small creek nearby, and enough distance from the road to make the world feel miles away. I had driven through the winding mountain roads for hours, following the GPS through narrow paths that twisted between steep cliffs and dense forest. The air grew cooler as I climbed, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles, and the sunlight filtering through the trees took on a greenish hue, casting shadows that danced across the road. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked even better in person. It sat on a slight rise, with a wooden porch facing a small clearing. The creek babbled quietly nearby, the water glinting in the late afternoon sun. I parked my car on the dirt path leading to the cabin and took a long breath, enjoying the quiet. No cars, no voices, no city smells, just the forest. I opened the cabin door, and a wave of cool, slightly musty air greeted me. The interior was simple: a small living area with a couch and a wood-burning stove, a tiny kitchen with basic supplies, and a single bedroom with a bed and a few drawers. Everything smelled faintly of pine and old wood. I unpacked slowly, setting my clothes and backpack down. I wanted to take my time to enjoy the peace before night fell. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees when I walked outside to explore the surroundings. The clearing extended for maybe 50 feet before the forest thickened again. I followed the creek a little ways, stepping carefully on the slippery stones, watching for fish or frogs. The sound of the water was soothing, almost hypnotic. I noticed the way the wind moved through the trees, making a low, constant rustling, like a whisper I couldn't quite understand. I told myself it was just the forest settling in for night. As evening approached, I built a small fire outside on the stone fire pit in front of the cabin. The sky was fading from orange to deep purple, and the first stars appeared. I had brought a few simple supplies: canned food, water, a small first aid kit, and a flashlight. I cooked a modest dinner over the fire, the smell of roasting vegetables and meat filling the clearing. By the time I finished eating, darkness had settled fully over the forest, and I could see the moon glinting off the creek. The fire's light cast shadows that flickered and stretched across the trees, making the forest seem alive in a different way than during the day. After cleaning up, I went inside to settle for the night. I wanted to read a little, so I grabbed a small flashlight and opened a book. The cabin felt warm and secure, the wood walls thick enough to block any outside sound, though the occasional creak or groan reminded me I was far from modern comforts. Hours passed, and eventually, I fell asleep in the quiet darkness, the faint sound of the creek lulling me deeper. I woke sometime during the night to a sound I didn't expect. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe an animal passing near the cabin. But the sound was more deliberate, a soft scraping, like someone dragging a branch against the wooden porch. My heart began to race, but I tried to rationalize it. Bears, raccoons, deer, maybe even a mountain lion. I had read enough about wildlife in the area to know they could get surprisingly close to human dwellings. I stayed still, listening. The sound stopped, then started again, a few seconds later. I reached for the flashlight, my hands trembling slightly. I had made sure the cabin door was locked before going to bed, but the noise was coming from right outside. I slowly crept to the window and peered through the glass, shining the flashlight over the porch and the clearing. First, I saw nothing. Then I noticed movement in the shadows near the tree lean. A figure, crouched low, barely visible. My stomach turned cold. It wasn't a bear. It was upright, too human, moving slowly and deliberately. I couldn't make out details, just the dark outline of a person. I froze, listening for any sound. The figure didn't move closer immediately, but it didn't retreat either. My mind raced, thinking of everything I had read about isolated cabins and safety precautions. I had my phone, but service was patchy in this area. My car keys were on the table within reach. I debated quietly whether to try to leave immediately or wait until morning, but the figure's presence made waiting feel like an impossible choice. I grabbed my phone and opened the flashlight app, trying to see if the figure had moved. My heart was hammering, my hands shaking so much I had to grip the phone tightly. The figure had shifted slightly, now closer to the porch, and I realized it was looking at the cabin, probably trying to see inside. I ducked back, trying to stay out of sight, but fear made me acutely aware of every sound I made. The figure seemed aware I was there, pausing, and I could feel its gaze pressing against the window, though I couldn't see its face. After a tense few minutes, I realized I needed a plan. The cabin had only one door, and I couldn't risk opening it without knowing what I was facing. I considered breaking a window and running, but the glass would take too long and make noise. I thought about barricading myself inside, using furniture to block the door, but the cabin was small, and any noise would alert whoever was out there. I decided my best chance was to make a break for my car if the figure showed any sign of leaving. I crept back to the living area and grabbed a heavy metal rod I had brought for protection, along with my car keys. I moved slowly, careful not to make a sound, listening as the soft scrapes continued outside. Then, finally, the figure retreated slightly, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. I waited a full 5 minutes, heart hammering, before deciding to make my move. I slipped out the door silently, keeping my back to the cabin, and ran to the car, sliding in and locking the doors behind me. For a moment, I just sat there, breathing hard, listening. There was silence except for the creak, and I debated whether I had imagined the whole thing. Then, a low rustling came from the trees to my right. My stomach sank. The figure wasn't gone. I started the car and drove slowly down the dirt road, watching the treeline carefully. I knew the roads were winding and narrow, so I had to drive cautiously, but fear made my hands grip the wheel tightly. Every shadow seemed like a potential threat, every sudden movement in the forest triggering panic. I drove until I reached a more open area where the moonlight lit the road clearly. I pulled over briefly, trying to calm myself, then kept going until I found a ranger station I had passed on my way in. I explained to the ranger what had happened, and he seemed concerned. He mentioned that the area was remote and that sometimes people tried to take advantage of isolated cabins, waiting for visitors to arrive before attempting to break in. He advised me to stay with them until daylight, which I did, sleeping in the station's office under a thin blanket, constantly checking the forest outside. The next morning, I returned to the cabin with a park ranger. In the daylight, everything looked calm and peaceful again, almost like the night's events had been a dream. But the porch had scratches, deep gouges in the wood, and footprints leading from the treeline to the edge of the clearing. The ranger took photos and reported the incident, warning that whoever had been there might still be nearby. I stayed at the ranger station until I could arrange for a safe drive back to the city, avoiding the cabin entirely. In the following days, I couldn't stop thinking about the night. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful and welcoming during the day, had turned into a place of shadows and danger at night. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how easily someone could exploit isolation and darkness. I learned to respect the wilderness not just for its beauty, but for the reality that it could hide very real threats. I eventually returned to the mountains months later, but to a different area, more populated, more secure. I never stayed in a remote cabin alone again. The experience taught me caution, awareness, and the value of planning for every eventuality, no matter how serene a place might seem. It also reminded me that danger is often not in the wild itself, but in the people who can exploit it. Even now, when I think of that cabin, I remember the cold, silent pressure of being watched in the dark, the way fear can make every small sound feel like a warning, and the relief of reaching safety. I understand that nature can be beautiful and peaceful, but human threats are unpredictable and relentless, and no amount of planning can remove the fear entirely. The memory of that night is etched into me, a reminder to never underestimate the dark or the shadows, even in a place that seems isolated and quiet. I had planned this trip for months, a week in a small, isolated cabin deep in the forest, far from any roads, towns, or other people. I thought it would be a chance to escape, to be alone, to find some quiet and focus on myself. I imagined mornings filled with sunlight streaming through the windows, coffee in hand, looking out at trees swaying gently in the wind. I imagined evenings by the fireplace, listening to the creaking of the cabin, the soft rustle of leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl. I imagined the perfect, safe solitude. What I did not imagine was how quickly it could turn into something terrifying and real, something that I would remember in every small detail for the rest of my life. I drove for hours, the winding roads becoming narrower, then rough dirt paths, Then nothing at all but the tracks my car had worn into the soft earth. The forest closed in on me on both sides, tall pines and maples forming almost a tunnel above the road. The GPS had stopped working long ago, and I relied on a printed map I had studied repeatedly. I double-checked my directions before taking the final turn onto a barely visible path leading up to a small clearing. There it was, just as in the pictures, a modest wooden cabin, dark-stained and weathered, with a small porch and a stone chimney. The forest around it was dense, the trees close, their roots twisting like veins over the ground. I parked, grabbed my bags, and walked up the steps. The cabin felt older than it looked in the pictures, the wood weathered and the roof sagging slightly. I noticed small signs of decay, a few broken shingles, moss along the stone foundation, but nothing alarming. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, a couch that had seen better days, and a bedroom with a narrow bed. There were a few shelves with books, mostly old paperbacks, and a stack of magazines on the floor. I set down my bags and started unpacking, thinking about the week ahead. The first night was peaceful. I lit the stove, made some soup, and settled into the couch with a blanket. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear the occasional snap of a branch. It was quiet, but in a comforting way. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the isolation and the gentle sounds of the forest. The next morning, I woke early, feeling refreshed. I made coffee and stepped onto the porch. The air was crisp, and the sun was just beginning to filter through the trees. Birds chirped, and I noticed small animals moving in the underbrush. I decided to explore a bit, walking along the narrow trails around the cabin, observing the forest floor, the thick roots, the moss, the fallen leaves. It was peaceful, exactly as I had hoped. That evening, while preparing dinner, I noticed something odd. The front door, which I had locked before leaving the cabin that morning, was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it. My first thought was that I had forgotten, but then I remembered locking it firmly. I felt a small pang of unease, but I shrugged it off, thinking maybe the wind had pushed it open. I locked it again, checked the windows, and tried to calm myself. It was probably nothing. Over the next 2 days, small things started happening. I would leave the cabin for a short walk, only to return and find things slightly out of place. A chair moved, a small kitchen utensil not where I had left it. I told myself it was absent-mindedness, or maybe the wind again, but a tight knot of anxiety was growing in my chest. I started double-checking every lock and every window. By the third night, I could no longer shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest outside the cabin felt different. The usual soothing sounds, the wind in the trees, the chirping of birds, the distant rustle of small animals had changed. The wind had a sharp edge, and the shadows seemed heavier, more deliberate. I kept a flashlight with me at all times. I slept fitfully, waking at strange noises. Something scratching, a distant snap, the soft crunch of leaves. On the 4th day, I decided to stay mostly inside. I didn't want to be alone outside anymore. I noticed that my phone had no signal, which I had expected, but now it felt dangerous. If anything happened, I had no way to call for help. I tried to focus on reading and cooking, trying to keep my mind occupied, but the anxiety was constant. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like someone watching me from just beyond the trees. That night, the sense of being watched became unbearable. I had a small kitchen knife on the table next to me as I ate dinner. I kept the flashlight on, illuminating every corner of the room. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps outside, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I froze, listening. The steps stopped, then started again on the other side, circling the cabin. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. My first thought was that it was a wild animal, maybe a bear or a large dog, but the rhythm of the steps, the way they moved, was not animal. Animals do not walk around a cabin in deliberate, measured steps. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously stepped onto the porch. The forest was dark, the trees casting long, jagged shadows. I shone the light in every direction. Nothing, no movement, no figures, only the trees swaying in the wind, the shadows stretching and bending. I told myself I had imagined it, that maybe it was the wind moving some branches, or my mind playing tricks. I tried to calm down, but sleep was impossible that night. I stayed awake, knife in hand, flashlight beside me, listening. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin, partially obscured by leaves and dirt, but definitely human. I followed them carefully, noting their size and the direction they had come from. They led into the forest, then stopped abruptly. My mind raced. Someone had been there, circling the cabin in the middle of the night. I felt a combination of fear and anger. How had they known I was alone? How long had they been watching? I thought about leaving, but the car was far, the path narrow, and I knew that if the person was still in the area, I could encounter them. Over the next 2 days, I stayed inside almost entirely, barely leaving the cabin. I kept the doors locked, reinforced the windows with whatever I could find, and checked every corner repeatedly. I felt trapped, the forest no longer a place of peace but of menace. Every time I heard a sound, branches snapping, leaves rustling, I froze, expecting to see someone emerge. I rarely slept, and when I did, it was in short, fitful bursts. On the 5th night, I was certain someone was outside again. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves, almost synchronized with my own breathing. I stayed inside, holding the knife, listening to the footsteps circle the cabin. Then, I noticed movement through the window, a shadow, shifting, just at the edge of the clearing. My stomach turned. I realized I could not just stay here forever. I had to find a way to get help, to get out. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. I packed what I could carry, leaving heavier items behind. I planned my route carefully, staying alert to the forest. I moved quickly but quietly, listening for footsteps behind me. I stayed near the trees, keeping out of open areas as much as possible. It was exhausting, every nerve on edge, every sound amplified. I stopped only briefly to catch my breath, scanning the forest in every direction. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I reached the dirt road. My car was where I had left it, thankfully untouched. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I drove as fast as I dared, sticking to the dirt paths until I reached the paved road. I did not stop until I reached a small town several miles away, where I could finally call the authorities. The police were skeptical at first, but they followed my directions and eventually searched the area. They found no one, but the footprints and the signs of someone having been at the cabin were undeniable. I never found out who had been there or why they had been watching me, but the experience changed me. I could no longer see the forest as peaceful. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves reminded me of the cabin, the footsteps, the feeling of being trapped. I told myself I had been lucky, that I had survived because I had stayed alert, because I had been careful. But I also knew how close it had been, how fragile safety could be in an isolated place. In the end, I learned to respect isolation and solitude, but also to fear it. I never went back to that cabin, and I never stayed alone in such a remote place again. I still think about that week, about the footsteps, the shadows, the feeling of someone watching, always just beyond the edge of my vision. And I realize now that sometimes the scariest things are not monsters or ghosts, but other humans, and the knowledge that someone can be so close, yet so unseen, watching, waiting, with intentions you can never fully understand. Even now, years later, whenever I find myself in the woods, I move with a heightened awareness, listening for sounds that could be nothing or could be someone. I had been planning this trip for months, ever since I discovered the small, isolated cabin online. It wasn't advertised on any big rental website, just a private listing from someone who owned property deep in the forest. The pictures were simple but inviting. A wooden cabin tucked among tall pines, a small stone chimney, and a narrow dirt path leading up to it. The idea of spending a few days completely alone in the woods appealed to me. I needed the solitude, a break from the constant noise and pressure of work, the city, and people. I packed my car with food, water, camping supplies, and a few books I wanted to read. I had a small first aid kit, a heavy flashlight, a lantern, extra batteries, and even a hunting knife that I hadn't had reason to use in years. I told myself it was just precaution, not paranoia. The drive to the cabin was long, longer than I expected. The GPS took me off the main highways onto small, winding roads, dirt and gravel, sometimes barely wide enough for my car to pass. The trees grew denser, the sky increasingly blocked by their branches, until the sun, low in the late afternoon, barely reached the ground. Every now and then I would see an abandoned house or a dilapidated shed, the paint flaking, roofs sagging, sometimes the doors swinging loosely on their hinges. It gave me a faint unease, but I told myself it was normal for rural areas. By the time I reached the final turn, the dirt path narrowed to a single lane, overgrown on both sides, and the cabin finally appeared. It was smaller than it looked online, but sturdier, made entirely of rough, dark wood. Smoke was curling lazily from the chimney, though I hadn't expected anyone else to be there. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and walked up the small porch steps. The door opened easily, and the inside smelled faintly of wood smoke and musty blankets. There was a small table, 2 chairs, a stone fireplace, and a modest bed. A kitchen counter held a kettle, some pots, and a few canned goods. A window overlooked a small clearing, the trees rising beyond it, thick and dark. I set my things down, dropped my backpack on the floor, and went to explore the surroundings. The first night passed quietly. I lit a fire in the fireplace, set my lantern on the table, and read by its light until I grew sleepy. Outside, the forest was alive with sound. Rustling leaves, distant bird calls, the occasional snap of a twig, but none of it felt threatening yet. I fell asleep with the fire dying down, thinking about how perfect it was to have this solitude. The next day, I decided to explore the area further. I had only a rough idea of the property's boundaries. There were no clear trails beyond the main clearing, just narrow paths that animals had used over time. I walked slowly, keeping my eyes on the ground for roots and rocks, and my ears tuned to the forest sounds. About an hour in, I realized the silence was starting to feel heavy, almost pressing. There were no other humans in sight, no car sounds from the distant road, nothing beyond the birds and the wind in the trees. I noticed something odd, footprints in the soft earth. They were faint, like boots, and they led toward the cabin before disappearing. At first, I thought maybe it was from someone who had left before I arrived, but it didn't make sense. I was the only person expected in the area. I shook it off, attributing it to forest workers or hikers. That night, after dinner, I heard noises outside. At first, they were faint, footsteps perhaps, or the scratching of something larger moving through the underbrush. I went to the window and peered out, holding the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing, the trees beyond, and the shadows they cast. Nothing moved. I sat back down, telling myself it was just an animal. I tried to read, but my mind kept drifting back to the sound. Came again, louder this time, closer, and for the first time I felt my heart rate pick up. I remembered the knife in my bag. I gripped it, feeling the cold steel in my hand, a reassurance more than anything. The night stretched long. Every snap of a twig outside made me tense, each rustle of leaves a signal that someone, or something, was there. I didn't sleep much, dozing intermittently on the edge of alertness. The next morning, I noticed the back door of the cabin had a faint smear in the dust, like someone had brushed against it. It wasn't much, barely noticeable, but combined with the footprints I had seen yesterday, my stomach tightened. I couldn't tell if it was real danger or just the nerves of isolation. I reminded myself the nearest road was miles away, and most likely any intruder would not even consider this place. I decided to go for a longer walk, to tire myself and distract my mind. I took the flashlight, even though it was daytime, and kept the knife in my pocket. The forest was denser the further I went, and after a while, I realized I had wandered farther than intended. The path became less clear, branches catching at my clothes, rocks hidden under leaves, roots ready to trip me. I tried to remember the way back, but realized I hadn't been paying attention. Hours passed. The sun moved lower, the forest growing darker, and my anxiety rose. Every snapping branch or rustle in the leaves set me on edge. Then I noticed fresh footprints, similar to the ones I saw yesterday, leading in and out of a narrow grove. They were larger than mine, heavy and deliberate. My stomach dropped. I debated turning back, but then the path I had come on seemed to vanish among the thick undergrowth. Panic started to build in my chest, a tight, sharp pressure that made it hard to think. I walked faster, trying to retrace my steps, trying to find any sign of the cabin. Shadows stretched long between the trees, the wind carrying unfamiliar sounds. I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure, crouched low, moving behind the trees. I froze. My mind raced. It could have been an animal, a deer perhaps, but the posture seemed wrong, too deliberate. I gripped the knife tightly. I kept moving, trying not to look back. Every now and then, I heard a branch crack in rhythm with my own steps, almost like someone was matching me. I forced myself to breathe, forcing my legs to move. Eventually, after what felt like endless wandering, I saw the clearing and the cabin, the porch faintly visible through the trees. Relief hit me like a wave, but it was short-lived. The cabin door was wide open. The first thing I noticed was that the fire I had left burning yesterday was smashed into the hearth. Scattered ash and logs strewn across the floor. Drawers were open, their contents tipped out onto the floor. My supplies were gone. Food, extra batteries, even my small backpack. My stomach dropped further. Someone had been here while I was gone, or worse, they had been here all along. I checked the surrounding area carefully. The footprints were gone, but I could see slight impressions in the soft earth around the cabin. I had no cell service, no way to call anyone. My mind was racing, my body tense, adrenaline coursing. I realized I needed a plan. I had to get to safety before nightfall. I loaded what I could into my car, my books, the lantern, the knife, and left everything else. The drive back was slow, nerves on edge, scanning every shadow along the road. My heart thumped with every sound. The wind in the trees, a loose branch hitting the car, distant wildlife calls. When I finally reached the main road, the world felt almost normal again, the air of civilization grounding me. I drove straight to the nearest town, parked in a well-lit area, and called the police. The investigation later confirmed my fears. Someone had been living illegally in the cabin's surrounding property. They had watched the area, knowing when it would be empty, and they had taken whatever they could while I was exploring. It was random, terrifying, but ultimately human. No ghosts, no fairy tale creatures, just someone willing to invade someone else's space. In the weeks after, I kept returning to normal routines slowly. The memory stayed with me, the quiet, the isolation, the slow realization that I was being watched. But it also left me with a deeper understanding of caution, preparation, and the fragility of perceived safety. I still love the forest, the quiet, the escape it offers, but I never again underestimated the presence of another human being. Invisible, patient, and opportunistic. I later rented a small cabin in a different area, closer to the main road, still in the woods but safer. I made sure my car was always visible, my supplies always locked up, and I never wandered alone too far. The fear never completely left me, but it became a careful respect, a reminder that the world can be as frightening as we let it. And every time I drive past an abandoned cabin or an overgrown path, I remember that long night and the sense of relief when the real world finally returned. The lesson was clear. Isolation magnifies fear, but preparation and awareness can save you. I learned to trust my instincts, to notice details, to never assume safety. I had planned the cabin trip for months. I wanted to escape the city completely, leave behind the constant hum of traffic, the blaring sirens, and the never-ending work calls. I needed solitude, a place where I could be alone with myself and the forest, where the air was fresh and the nights were quiet. I had picked a small cabin deep in the woods, several miles away from the nearest town. It wasn't a fancy place. It was old, made of rough-hewn logs, with a tin roof that had rusted over the years, and a stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. But it was exactly what I needed. I drove in my old SUV, the kind that rattled and groaned on uneven roads, taking me further and further from civilization. The last few miles were unpaved, a dirt road that twisted and turned through thick pine forests. By the time I arrived, the sun was beginning to set, turning the sky into shades of orange and pink, and the air was already cooling. The forest smelled sharp, earthy, with hints of pine and damp soil. I parked near the cabin and got out, feeling the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. The cabin looked smaller up close than it had in the pictures, but there was a certain charm to it. It was quiet, almost too quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes you hyper-aware of every sound. I unlocked the cabin door and stepped inside. Dust hung in the air, motes floating in the fading sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the smell of old wood mixed with a faint odor of mold hit me. I didn't mind. I had brought cleaning supplies, and I had always found a certain satisfaction in making a place livable, even if only for a short time. The interior was sparse. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a table with 2 chairs, a couch with the springs sticking out of one corner, and a loft above that could be used as a bedroom. I set my backpack down, turned on a flashlight, and began exploring the place thoroughly, checking the plumbing, the stove, the fireplace, and making sure the door locks worked properly. The first night was uneventful. I built a small fire in the fireplace, cooked a simple dinner, and then sat on the couch with a notebook, jotting down thoughts and plans for the coming days. The forest outside was dark, only shadows moving in the dim light of the moon, and the occasional call of an owl or rustle of a small animal. I felt calm, almost content. I went to bed early, the loft creaking beneath me, and slept better than I had in months. The following day, I decided to hike a trail I had seen on an old map I found in the cabin. It was marked as moderate, but there were no other hikers, no signs of recent use, and I felt a thrill at being completely alone in the wilderness. I packed water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a small hatchet for safety and set off. The trail was overgrown in parts, roots and rocks making my footing tricky. Birds flitted between trees, and small animals darted through the underbrush. I felt completely disconnected from the world outside, immersed in the smells, sounds, and textures of the forest. By late afternoon, I had walked several miles. I stopped to rest by a small stream, the water clear and cold, slipping over rocks. I drank some, refilled my bottle, and then headed back. That's when I noticed the first sign that something wasn't right. My path back didn't look the same. I could have sworn I had taken a straight trail, but now I was surrounded by dense undergrowth with no clear path in sight. I checked the map and my compass, and realized I had taken a wrong turn somewhere. My heart started to beat a little faster, but I told myself it was fine. I had a compass and I knew roughly the direction of the cabin. Hours passed, and the forest seemed to close in. Shadows lengthened, and the wind picked up, rustling branches and sending a chill down my spine. I realized I had underestimated how far I had wandered. The cabin, which should have been a few miles away, was nowhere in sight. My phone had no signal, which I hadn't expected, but it added to the sense of isolation. Panic began to creep in, a tight knot in my stomach. I tried to remain calm, retracing my steps and checking the compass repeatedly. I kept moving, trying to follow what I thought was the right direction, but every turn looked the same. Trees, rocks, fallen branches, and the fading light. Night fell faster than I expected, and with it came a sense of dread. I had a small flashlight, but it only illuminated a few feet ahead, and the shadows of trees and undergrowth seemed to stretch endlessly. I could hear noises around me, the snapping of twigs, rustling in the leaves, the distant call of animals, and every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. I realized I had no choice but to stop and make a temporary shelter. I found a small clearing and gathered branches, leaves, and moss, creating a crude barrier against the wind. I huddled in it with my backpack as a pillow and my flashlight beside me, trying to stay warm. Sleep didn't come easily, every noise making me tense. By early morning, I was exhausted, cold, and hungry. The night had been long, and I had barely closed my eyes. I tried to retrace my steps again, moving slowly and carefully, but the forest seemed endless. At some point, I realized that my sense of direction had failed me completely. I was no longer certain which way I had come, and the landmarks I had noted the previous day were gone or obscured. I began to consider the possibility that I might have to spend more than one night out here. I rationed my water and food carefully, moving as cautiously as I could. 2 days passed in this manner. Each day, I tried to follow the compass, but the forest seemed like a labyrinth, with every turn leading to more dense woods, fallen logs, or steep terrain. I grew weaker, my legs and feet sore, my hands scratched and bruised from pushing through branches and brambles. Hunger gnawed at me, and the water from the stream I found tasted like metal, but I drank sparingly. My mind started to race with worst-case scenarios. I imagined being trapped here for days or even weeks, the cold nights and limited food becoming more dangerous with every passing hour. On the 3rd day, I stumbled across a small abandoned shack. It was nothing like the cabin I had rented. This one was decrepit, with a collapsed roof and walls barely standing, but it offered some temporary relief from the elements. I found a dry corner to sit and rest, and I noticed old cans and a few bottles of water inside. They were likely long expired, but the water smelled clean enough to drink. I drank slowly, savoring every drop, and ate the few snacks I had left. I also scavenged for materials: old boards, broken branches, and scraps of cloth that I could use to reinforce my makeshift shelter. By now, my sense of time was blurred. The sun rose and fell, but I had no way of tracking the hours accurately. My body was aching, and my mind was a constant battle against fear, fatigue, and frustration. I tried to stay focused, keeping a mental record of landmarks and directions, but the forest refused to cooperate. Every path seemed to loop back on itself, and every clearing seemed identical. I was learning quickly that being lost in a forest, no matter how prepared you think you are, was far more dangerous than I had imagined. Late on the 4th day, as I was climbing over a large fallen tree, I heard something unusual, a faint sound of metal hitting metal, echoing through the forest. My heart jumped, and I froze, listening carefully. Came again, rhythmic and deliberate. At first, I thought it might be some kind of animal, but the pattern was too regular, too mechanical. I debated whether to investigate or avoid it, knowing that both choices carried risk. Curiosity and desperation won over, and I cautiously moved toward the sound, keeping low and trying to make as little noise as possible. I found a clearing with a small stream and, to my shock, a man. He was wearing dirty clothes, and he seemed to be setting up some kind of trap along the water, hammering metal stakes into the ground. He looked up at me briefly, eyes wary, and then went back to his work. I realized immediately that I had stumbled upon someone who had been living in these woods. He didn't acknowledge me beyond that glance, and I didn't try to speak. The forest had already taught me that human interaction here could be unpredictable, and I didn't want to take any risks. I backed away slowly, and in doing so, I slipped on a wet rock, letting out a startled noise. The man looked up again, more alert this time, but he didn't chase or call out. I turned and ran as best I could, my legs carrying me over rocks and roots, guided by sheer instinct. I didn't stop until I felt the terrain open slightly, and I could see the tops of trees thinning. I realized I had reached the edge of a ridge, and below me, there was a faint sight of a road, a thin line cutting through the forest. Relief hit me like a wave. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and my body ached, but the sight of that road gave me a new sense of hope. I carefully made my way down the ridge, slipping and sliding over loose stones, finally reaching the road by mid-afternoon. It was a small dirt road, rarely used, but I had been planning this trip for months, telling myself that a weekend alone in a remote cabin would be a perfect escape from the endless stress of work and the city. I was always drawn to isolation in nature, the kind of isolation where there was no one around for miles and where the noise of life was replaced by the creak of trees and the slow rush of wind. I wanted silence, and I wanted the feeling of being completely alone. I didn't anticipate how much that kind of solitude could start to feel threatening in the wrong circumstances. The drive up to the cabin was long, winding along narrow forest roads that curved sharply around hills and overgrown paths. I had printed out directions, but even with a GPS, I doubted anyone else had ever used this road. The pavement ended halfway up the mountain, leaving only a dirt track littered with rocks and tree roots. My car bounced along unevenly, the tires crunching against the gravel. Around me, the forest was dense and unbroken, the sunlight barely reaching the ground through thick branches. I felt a small thrill in being surrounded by so much untouched wilderness. When I finally reached the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how small it was. I had imagined something cozy but slightly bigger, maybe with room for a fireplace or an old armchair. Instead, it was a plain wooden structure, weathered by the elements, with moss growing along the roof and an old wooden porch that creaked under my weight. It smelled faintly of damp wood and mold, the kind of smell that makes you realize a place hasn't seen much care in years. I had read the reviews online, but no amount of pictures could convey the sense of remoteness that this cabin had. There was no cell service here, no neighbors, nothing but forest in every direction. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. There was a small table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed pushed against one wall, and a wood stove that looked like it hadn't been used for a while. The windows were dusty, and the blinds hung crookedly. I dropped my backpack onto the floor and walked around, checking the locks on the doors. Everything seemed functional, but I made a mental note to be careful anyway. Places like this could feel deceptively safe in daylight and terrifying after dark. The first evening passed quietly. I lit a small fire in the stove, using the wood I had brought with me, and prepared a simple meal. The forest outside was alive with sounds, branches scratching against the windows, leaves rustling in the wind. At first, it was soothing, but as the sun set and the shadows stretched across the cabin walls, the noises seemed to take on a different quality. Every crack or snap of wood in the distance made me startle. I told myself it was just the forest settling and that I had nothing to worry about. I tried reading, trying to keep my mind occupied. But even with a book in front of me, my attention kept drifting to the windows, to the darkened shapes of the trees, to the feeling that something unseen was moving just beyond sight. That night, I barely slept. Every sound seemed louder in the darkness. A branch falling against the roof made me sit up straight. A distant rustling in the underbrush made me tense. I realized that while I had imagined solitude as peaceful, the reality of being completely cut off from the world was unnerving. I tried to convince myself that nothing could happen, that I was safe, but the fear wouldn't let me rest. By morning, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed from the hours of listening for imagined threats. The next day, I decided to explore the surroundings. The cabin was on a small clearing at the edge of a steep hill. A narrow trail led down into the valley below, winding between thick stands of pine and birch. The forest was beautiful, the kind of place where light dappled through leaves and birds darted between branches. I walked for hours, following the trail and occasionally veering off to examine interesting rocks or animal tracks. I saw signs of wildlife, small deer tracks, a set of raccoon prints near a creek, but nothing that felt threatening. The beauty of the forest was almost intoxicating, and I let myself relax more than I had the night before. But as I returned to the cabin, I noticed something strange. My backpack, which I had left near the door, was slightly shifted. At first, I thought I had imagined it, but then I saw small scuff marks in the dirt leading away from the cabin and back again. I froze, my mind racing through possibilities. Could an animal have come this close? Or worse, could someone have approached while I was gone? I checked the locks on the doors again, ensuring everything was secure. Nothing seemed disturbed beyond the minor shift of the backpack. I told myself I was being paranoid, but a thread of unease had settled into my mind. That night, the feeling of being watched returned. I had learned to expect the wind and the forest noises, but tonight something felt different. There were footsteps outside the cabin, faint but deliberate. They circled the building slowly, then stopped. I strained my ears, my body tense, waiting for the next sound. The wind seemed to die down, making every movement outside more pronounced. My heart raced. I knew that if someone had gotten close enough to make footsteps in the dirt, they could see or even touch the cabin without me noticing immediately. I sat quietly, trying to remain calm. I reminded myself that cabins like this, while remote, were not usually the target of intruders. But then a shadow passed across the window. A figure, just a dark shape, moving quickly between the trees. I couldn't make out details, but the sudden sight made me jump. I considered leaving, but it was too dark and too risky to drive down the narrow dirt road in the pitch-black forest. I resolved to wait until morning. I found a flashlight, kept it close, and stayed awake until the first hint of dawn, watching the shadows outside and hoping the figure had moved on. In the morning, the forest seemed calm again, almost innocently so, but the memory of the figure made every rustle of leaves a potential threat. I decided to hike further along the trail, away from the cabin, to see if I could find something, anything, that explained what had happened. Hours passed as I walked deeper into the forest. I crossed a small creek, climbed over fallen logs, and found myself in an area where the trees were older and denser. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, and the air smelled damp and earthy. As I stopped to rest, I noticed fresh footprints in the soft soil near the creek. They were larger than mine and didn't match any wildlife I was familiar with. My stomach tightened. Someone had been here recently. I checked the direction of the prints. They led deeper into the forest, then back toward the cabin. My mind raced. Could it have been a hunter or a hiker, or someone watching the cabin? The idea of being stalked, even in a place I thought was safe, made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't experienced before. Returning to the cabin, I took a different approach. I moved quietly, scanning the perimeter before approaching the door. Everything seemed normal, but the fear lingered. I double-checked all the locks and even wedged a piece of wood under the door handle. I realized that my isolation, which I had sought out, was now working against me. I had no one to call for help, no backup if something went wrong. The thought gnawed at me, and I tried to distract myself by preparing food and cleaning the cabin. Over the next day and night, the sense of being watched didn't relent. Every sound outside made me tense. The shadowy figure never appeared again, but I knew it had been there. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had marked the cabin, observed it, and perhaps intended to return. I began making plans to leave early, packing supplies and ensuring my car was ready. I also made sure that the stove and lights were off, leaving the cabin looking empty, in case someone returned before I could get out. When dawn came, I drove down the forest road with my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. Every movement, every rustle made me flinch. I kept the car in low gear, ready to react if anything or anyone appeared. The trip back to civilization was tense. The further I drove, the more the tension lifted, but a residual unease stayed with me. I realized that isolation in the wilderness was not just about being alone. It was about being vulnerable. In the right or wrong circumstances, solitude could become dangerous. By the time I reached the main highway, I felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. I stopped at a diner to eat and breathe properly, scanning the forested road behind me as if expecting to see someone emerge. Nothing appeared. The experience had been a stark reminder of how fragile safety could be in the wrong environment. I learned the hard way that careful preparation was not just about supplies and directions, but about anticipating potential threats from the very real world, human or otherwise. Looking back, the cabin had been beautiful, peaceful, and exactly what I had hoped for. But that peace had been undercut by the knowledge that I was never truly alone. My decision to leave when I did was what kept me safe. I now knew the importance of vigilance in isolation. Even in the most serene places, real danger could exist, and it rarely announced itself like a story or a warning. It was subtle, quiet, and easily missed until it was too late. I had been planning the trip for months. I needed the quiet, the isolation, the kind of place where no one could reach me, where the hum of the city and the pressure of work would fade into nothing. I had found the cabin online through a small listing, tucked deep in the mountains, far from any town or even a proper road. The pictures made it look inviting, rustic but sturdy, with a porch that wrapped around the front and a small woodpile stacked neatly against the side. The description promised privacy, the kind of solitude that comes only when a place is truly remote. The owner's warnings were minimal but clear. There was no cell service, the road was rough, and the nearest town was over an hour away. I liked that. I wanted the raw, unfiltered experience of being completely alone. I drove for hours, the path twisting and climbing through the mountains, narrow, barely more than a dirt track, lined with trees so thick that the sunlight barely touched the ground. The air changed the higher I went, cooler, heavier with the smell of damp earth and pine. Occasionally, a deer would dart across the path, their white tails flashing through the trees. I felt a small thrill each time, a reminder that I was entering a space untouched by ordinary human life. The closer I got to the cabin, the narrower the road became, and at one point I had to squeeze past a fallen tree that blocked half the track. The car's tires slipped on loose gravel, and I felt a twinge of unease, but I kept going. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked even smaller in person than it had online, perched on the edge of a clearing, surrounded by dense forest in every direction. A creek ran nearby, the water churning over rocks, the sound constant and comforting in the otherwise perfect silence. I parked, grabbed my bag, and walked up to the porch. The cabin was made of rough-hewn logs, the roof dark and moss-covered, the windows small and dusty. A faint smell of wood smoke lingered inside, but it wasn't unpleasant. I unlocked the door and stepped into the cabin. Inside, it was simple. A main room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area with basic utensils, and a table that could seat four. There was a single bedroom off to the side, with a bed, a small dresser, and a stack of blankets. The floorboards creaked slightly under my weight, and dust motes floated in the light that came through the windows. Everything was old but functional. I set my bag down, lit the stove, and unpacked my supplies. I had brought food, water, books, and enough firewood to last the first night. I felt a sense of calm settle over me, the kind that only comes when you know you are truly alone and responsible only for yourself. The first night was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every small sound. The wind rustled the trees, and I could hear the creek nearby, but nothing else. I slept fitfully, waking several times to strange creaks and thumps in the cabin, each one sending a small jolt of adrenaline through me. But there were no intruders, no animals inside, just the house settling, as I told myself. The next morning, I woke to the sunlight spilling through the windows. I made coffee on the stove, listening to the water boil and the fire crackle. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, following narrow paths through the forest, climbing over fallen logs, and examining the creek. I noticed animal tracks, deer, raccoon, and what I thought might be a bear. That realization made me pause, but I reminded myself that most animals avoid humans, and I was careful not to leave food out. As the days went by, I settled into a routine. I chopped wood for the stove, cooked my meals, read, and walked through the forest. It was peaceful in a way I had not experienced for years. But isolation has a way of amplifying everything, even the small noises and minor problems. One evening, while stacking firewood near the cabin, I heard a low growl from the trees. I froze, my hands gripping the axe tightly. The growl came again, deeper this time, followed by the snapping of branches. My mind raced. I knew bears were common in these mountains, and I had seen their tracks. I put the axe down, backed slowly toward the cabin, and managed to slip inside without turning my back completely on the forest. I bolted the door, moved a chair under the knob, and tried to calm myself. My heart was pounding, my hands trembling. I spent the night with every sound amplified in my ears. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch sent me into panic. I realized then that being alone in the wilderness was not just peaceful, it was vulnerable. I had prepared for solitude, but not for the realization that danger was tangible, just beyond the thin walls of the cabin. The next morning, I decided to be more careful. I kept food locked in containers, made sure to check the perimeter of the cabin before venturing out, and carried a sturdy walking stick with me on hikes. I began noticing more signs of animals. Deeper tracks, claw marks on trees, scat that reminded me how wild the forest was. One afternoon, I heard a rustling behind the cabin while I was chopping wood. I froze, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I swung around slowly, heart racing. A large bear was there, sniffing the ground, a massive shadow against the trees. I didn't move, didn't breathe more than I had to, until it finally wandered off. My hands shook for hours afterward, and I realized that no matter how careful I was, the forest was still a place where I did not belong naturally. Days turned into a week. I became hyper-aware of everything. The subtle sounds of branches swaying, the distant calls of animals, the occasional rustle that suggested I was not entirely alone. I had stocked up on supplies, but I also had learned to respect the forest, knowing that a single mistake could have severe consequences. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a noise outside that was different from anything I had heard before. It was deliberate, heavy footsteps, moving slowly through the underbrush toward the cabin. I froze, the knife in my hand trembling. My mind raced with possibilities. Another human? Impossible, I thought. The nearest town was miles away, and there were no other cabins in sight. But the sound persisted, growing closer. I moved quietly to the window, peering through the glass. The forest looked dark and impenetrable, shadows shifting with the wind. And then I saw it. A man tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hood. He didn't seem to notice me, but he was moving directly toward the cabin. Panic surged through me. I had no phone, no way to call for help, and no idea what he wanted. I considered running, but the forest around the cabin was thick, and I knew I could get lost easily. I had to stay hidden, quiet, and think fast. I backed away from the window and grabbed a heavy cast iron pan from the stove. If he came inside, I would defend myself. My mind raced through every scenario I had ever feared. Robbery, assault, being trapped in my own cabin. I crept to the door, peeking through the small window in the door. He was standing on the porch now, looking around, as if trying to see if anyone was inside. I held my breath, my body tense, ready to act. Then something unexpected happened. He knocked on the door, lightly at first, then more firmly. My stomach churned. I didn't want to open the door, but I also knew that confronting him with a pan might escalate things. I considered hiding entirely in the bedroom, but the door was flimsy, and he could easily break it down. My mind raced, trying to find a solution, and then I remembered the emergency flare in my bag. I had packed it for situations exactly like this, emergency signaling. I grabbed it and quietly lit it, moving to the window on the opposite side of the cabin. The flare's bright red light cut through the trees, almost painfully vivid. I fired it toward the sky, and almost immediately, I heard a shout from the forest. The man stopped, looking around in confusion. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a helicopter approaching. Someone had seen the flare, likely from a ranger station or a nearby lookout point. The man bolted, disappearing into the trees, and within minutes, a ranger vehicle arrived, moving up the rough track. The relief that washed over me was overwhelming. I explained everything to the rangers, who searched the area but found no trace of him. They told me he might have been a transient or someone who had been living in the woods, but they couldn't be sure. I spent the last few days of my trip cautiously, still aware of the potential dangers, but with the knowledge that help could reach me if I needed it. When I finally packed up and drove back down the mountain, I felt a mixture of exhaustion and relief. The isolation had given me peace, but it had also reminded me of how fragile safety can be, how unpreparedness can quickly turn a serene experience into something terrifying. Looking back, I realized the cabin had tested me in ways I hadn't anticipated. It wasn't ghosts or fairy tales that made it scary. It was real danger, the unpredictability of nature, and the reality of human vulnerability. I left the mountains with a renewed respect for the wilderness, for preparation, and for the thin line between solitude and exposure. I had been planning the trip for months, meticulously preparing every detail. I wanted nothing more than to get away from the constant noise of the city, to be alone in a place where I could think and breathe without distractions. The cabin I had rented was far in the wilderness, located on the edge of a dense forest, surrounded by hills and a river that ran roughly half a mile away. It was isolated, and that was exactly why I had chosen it. The pictures online had made it look peaceful, with its dark wooden exterior blending into the green of the trees. A small porch facing a clearing where the sunlight filtered down through the canopy in golden streaks. I imagined waking up to birdsong and the distant murmur of the river. The drive there was longer than I expected. The road became narrower and more uneven, transforming into gravel and dirt as I ascended a hill lined with trees so dense they almost touched overhead. My car bounced over potholes, and by the time I reached the small parking area in front of the cabin, my arms were sore from gripping the steering wheel, and my shoulders tensed from anticipation and tension. It was early evening, the light dimming, and the forest shadows growing long and deep. There was a chill in the air, not cold, but sharp and biting, the kind of chill that made me pull my jacket tighter around me. The cabin was even smaller than I remembered from the pictures. It had a simple rectangular structure, a slanted roof, and a single window on the side that reflected the fading light. The porch creaked under my feet as I unloaded the car. I had brought a small backpack with food and a few personal items, as I intended to stay for 3 nights. The interior was rustic. The smell of wood and something faintly musty filled the air, and the furniture was basic: an old wooden table, 2 chairs, a small bed with a thin mattress, and a kitchenette with a gas stove. There was no electricity, only a couple of lanterns with fuel I had brought. I had expected this, and it was part of the appeal. No distractions, just isolation. I unpacked slowly, making sure everything was organized, putting my food in a small metal cabinet and arranging the few items I had brought. Then I took a walk around the property, stretching my legs after the long drive. The forest surrounded me completely. The trees were tall, ancient pines and oaks, their roots tangled in thick mats across the forest floor. The underbrush was dense, and I could hear the faint rustle of small animals moving in the foliage. The river was farther than I had imagined, and I made a mental note to explore it in the morning. Night fell quickly. The darkness in the forest was different from that of the city. It was complete, almost solid, pressing against the cabin from all sides. I lit the lanterns inside, their warm glow cutting back the shadows to a small circle around me, leaving the corners of the cabin in semi-darkness. I had brought some canned food for dinner and ate quietly, listening to the sounds outside. At first, it was just the wind through the trees, the occasional thump of a branch against another, and the distant sound of water. Then, as darkness fully settled in, I noticed other noises, faint at first, almost imperceptible, but slowly more distinct. Footsteps. Not human, I told myself. Animals. But the pace seemed deliberate, moving closer to the cabin, circling it almost, and then retreating. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. I made sure the doors were locked and the windows closed. The cabin was simple but solid, the wood thick, and the locks old but functional. I sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, trying to read, but my mind kept wandering to the noises outside. Every now and then, I would glance at the window, half expecting to see eyes staring back at me from the darkness. But there was nothing. Only the trees and the occasional glint of moonlight on the leaves. Sleep came in fits and starts. I would drift off, only to wake at the sound of twigs snapping, leaves rustling, or a faint scraping at the side of the cabin. The scratching sound was subtle but persistent, like something small trying to get in. I knew raccoons or squirrels could do that, but there was a precision to it that unsettled me. I spent hours sitting awake, listening, until the night finally eased toward dawn, and the forest quieted. By the first light, I felt exhausted, tense, and uneasy. Morning did little to calm me. I stepped outside to inspect the perimeter. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed, aside from animal tracks too small to identify clearly. No signs of human presence, no footprints. The air smelled fresh, damp earth and pine. I walked toward the river, keeping the cabin in sight, moving carefully, trying to shake off the tension from the night. The river was fast-moving, cold, and clear, with rocks jutting out along the edges. I followed its course for a while, thinking that the isolation was what I had wanted, that the night's fears had been my imagination playing tricks on me. The second night was worse. The noises started earlier, around dusk, and continued long after darkness settled. This time, the footsteps seemed heavier, and there was a low, dragging sound, like something large moving across the forest floor. My heart pounded constantly, and I kept the lantern close, circling the cabin to make sure no one, or nothing, was near. I even considered leaving, but the nearest town was hours away, and the road I had driven on the day before was rough and isolated. The idea of driving back in the dark, with the forest pressing in on both sides, was not appealing. As night deepened, I noticed a movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, crouched low, darting behind a tree, vanishing before I could focus. My rational mind argued that it had to be an animal, but the shape and the way it moved was too calculated, too deliberate. I could feel my pulse in my temples, my hands trembling as I checked the locks and secured the windows again. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent me into panic. I could hear the breathing of something outside, heavy and uneven, stopping whenever I looked toward the trees. The hours passed in a blur. I stayed inside, my nerves frayed, counting every sound, listening for the movements of this unseen presence. I thought about calling for help, but I had no signal on my phone. The cabin sat in a depression in the forest, surrounded by hills that blocked any line of sight to cell towers. I felt trapped. I thought about the animals that roamed the forest and tried to convince myself that was all it was. But deep down, I could not shake the sense of being watched, hunted even. By the third night, I was exhausted, barely able to keep my mind focused. I had rationed my food and water, pacing the cabin, trying to stay alert while conserving energy. The noises started sooner, closer, almost immediately after the sun set. I stayed as quiet as possible, listening, waiting. Hours passed, then a sound that made my blood run cold. The door handle rattling. My hands clenched around a piece of wood I had pulled from a chair, ready to defend myself. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a scraping along the outside wall. I realized then that waiting passively was dangerous. If it was a person, they could be planning to force their way in. I decided I had to act. I grabbed my backpack, ensuring I had water, food, and my phone, and I stepped out the back door into the dark, the cool night air hitting my face. The forest was black, impenetrable. I followed the faint path I had made earlier toward the river, hoping to move quickly, quietly, and unpredictably. Every step was calculated, careful, my ears straining to catch the slightest sound. I reached the river and crouched behind a large rock. The water moved rapidly, and I realized I could use it as a guide to move away from the cabin and toward the road. I began to follow the riverbank, careful not to slip on the wet stones. The forest seemed alive with sounds, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional growl or snarl of some wild animal. But I pressed on, heart hammering, adrenaline sharpening every sense. After what felt like hours, though it was probably closer to one, I spotted a faint light in the distance. Headlights, a vehicle moving slowly along the rough road. I ran toward it, stumbling over roots and rocks, tripping, falling, but getting up and pushing forward. The vehicle slowed as I appeared on the road, and I waved my arms frantically. The driver stopped, and I collapsed on the side of the road, shaking, breathless, drenched in sweat. They called the police. I gave them the location of the cabin and everything I had experienced. When the officers arrived, they found signs of someone having been there. Scratched logs, broken branches, a few footprints that did not match mine, human, size medium, leading into the forest but not back to the road. I never stayed in a cabin in the wilderness alone again. The isolation I had once craved now seemed dangerous, a place where unseen threats could hide in plain sight. I realized that the forest was not inherently frightening, but the solitude left me vulnerable, a truth that I could not ignore. The experience left me shaken, cautious, and aware that nature could be surreal. I had planned the trip for months, or at least it felt like I had. The The small cabin sat on the edge of a forest that seemed endless from the dirt road that led up to it. I remember driving in, the tires crunching over gravel, watching the trees press close around the narrow road, their leaves casting shadows that made the path look darker than it actually was. The cabin itself was a simple wooden structure, old but solid, with a tin roof and a small porch that creaked under the weight of the wet autumn leaves. It looked harmless enough from a distance, almost inviting, like it was a refuge from the rest of the world. But as I got closer, a strange tightness began in my chest. I parked the car and stepped out. The air smelled damp and heavy, carrying the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. The wind rustled through the trees, and I could hear branches scraping against each other high above. I locked the car behind me and carried my bags up to the porch. Each step made the wooden planks groan, and I noticed how uneven they were, a few boards warped with age. The door handle was cold and stiff, and when I turned it, it resisted before finally giving way with a long, low creak. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of mildew and old wood. Dust coated the surfaces, and cobwebs hung in corners where the ceiling met the walls. There was a small kitchen area with an old stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The sink had some standing water with a faint, sour smell, and the window above it rattled slightly in the wind. I set my bags down and ran my hands along the walls, feeling the rough grain of the wood. The floorboards were uneven, and the ceiling beams above me were dark and thick, some showing signs of water damage. I walked through the cabin slowly, inspecting each room. There was a small bedroom with a bed that sagged in the middle and a thin blanket that looked like it had been washed many times but still carried the smell of damp. A second bedroom was empty except for a chair pushed into the corner. The living area had a fireplace, but the logs inside were dry and brittle, too small to provide much warmth. I noticed the windows in this room were streaked with grime, and through them, the forest outside looked dense and uninviting. I opened one to let in fresh air, but the wind was strong, and it rattled the old glass in the frame, making a sharp, high-pitched sound that made me flinch. After unpacking, I made my way outside. The forest pressed close on all sides, and the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and the rustling of leaves seemed louder now, as though the trees themselves were moving with a purpose. I walked down a narrow path that led into the woods, the dirt soft under my boots. I tried to relax, telling myself I was imagining things, but every crack of a branch, every snap of twigs, made my stomach tighten. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see movement in the tree line, but there was nothing, just the forest, endless and silent in the fading light. By the time I returned to the cabin, darkness had settled over everything. The air was colder now, and the wind seemed to whistle through the gaps in the cabin walls. I lit a few candles I had brought with me and sat in the living area, trying to read a book. The flame flickered against the walls, casting uneven shadows, and every so often, the floorboards creaked as if someone else had stepped inside. I shook off the feeling, blaming the old wood, but I couldn't stop glancing toward the windows, expecting to see shapes in the blackness outside. Later, I decided to make a fire in the fireplace. I gathered the logs from the shed outside and stacked them carefully. As I struck the matches, the wind gusted, rattling the cabin, and for a moment, I thought I heard footsteps outside. My heart jumped, but the sound stopped, replaced by the usual creaks of the old building. I managed to get the fire going, and the flames slowly warmed the room. Shadows danced across the walls, and the cabin seemed alive in a way that was both comforting and unsettling. I sat close to the fire, my back to the wall, feeling its heat and listening to the forest beyond. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a faint scratching, coming from the outside of the cabin. At first, I thought it was just a branch brushing against the wall, but the rhythm was deliberate, too steady to be random. I lay in bed, straining to hear, the sound growing slightly louder, moving along the side of the cabin. My first instinct was to stay still, hoping whatever it was would leave, but the scratching continued, now accompanied by a faint thump, like something heavy hitting the siding. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the window, Peering out, I saw nothing but shadows and the dark silhouettes of the trees. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, and for a moment, I thought I saw movement just beyond the treeline. My heart raced, and I realized the path to the shed, where I had left the firewood, was partially illuminated by moonlight. I could see a small pile of logs knocked over, scattered on the ground. Someone or something had been there. I retreated back into the cabin and locked the doors and windows as best I could. I checked the bolts and latches, even though I knew they were old and weak. The scratching had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that made the wind seem louder, whistling through the cracks. I sat by the fire, holding the flashlight like a weapon, waiting for the first light of dawn. Sleep was impossible. Every sound outside, every creak of the cabin, felt like it was amplified, threatening. By morning, I was exhausted and anxious. I surveyed the cabin from the inside. The knocked-over logs outside were evidence enough that someone had been near the cabin in the night, but there were no footprints in the wet ground, no signs of who or what it had been. The forest was dense, and tracking anyone would have been impossible. I gathered my belongings and made a decision. I would leave. I didn't care about the beauty of the location, the isolation, or the quiet I had sought. My safety mattered more. As I drove away, I kept glancing at the cabin in the rearview mirror. The forest swallowed it quickly, and soon it was just a small structure among the trees. I felt a lingering unease, the kind that doesn't fade quickly. The knowledge that someone had been there, close enough to touch, close enough to watch, and I would never know who it had been. I returned to the city, tried to resume normal life, but the memory of that night stayed with me. I avoided cabins and isolated places, wary of how easily danger could hide in the quiet. And even now, years later, when I hear the wind in the trees, I remember the scraping, the knocking, and the way the forest seemed to close in around the cabin, waiting. I had been driving for hours, the sun lowering behind distant ridges, throwing long shadows over the narrow, winding road. My destination was a cabin I had rented deep in the woods, a place advertised as isolated, peaceful, and a perfect escape from the noise of the city. I had wanted silence, a place to think, and time to myself. When I first saw the road branching off from the main highway, overgrown and covered in fallen leaves, I felt a slight hesitation, the kind that sits at the back of your mind and whispers caution. But I told myself it was just nerves, just the unfamiliar. I had been driving on country roads all my life, and the thought of getting somewhere new usually excited me more than it scared me. The last mile of the drive was rough. The asphalt disappeared under thick gravel, and the narrow path twisted between towering pines, their branches tangled like dark fingers overhead. I slowed down, careful not to hit the scattered rocks or the gnarled roots that broke through the surface. My headlights caught glimmers of water from a small creek running alongside the road, but I didn't see any movement, no animals crossing, no birds returning to roost. Everything felt unnervingly still. Finally, I saw it. A small, rustic cabin nestled in a clearing. The structure was simple, made of weathered logs, with a slanted roof and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The windows were dark, reflecting only the last light of the sun. There was a small wooden porch, and beside it, a stack of firewood covered with a faded tarp. The cabin looked abandoned at first glance, but the fact that I had booked it online and paid for it made me certain it was real, inhabited at least enough for a renter. I parked my car beside the cabin and stepped out. The air was sharp and cold, carrying the faint smell of wet leaves and pine. I carried my bag to the porch and placed it down, listening to the subtle creak of the wooden boards beneath my feet. The forest was silent except for a distant rustle, maybe a deer or some small animal. My stomach tightened slightly, not with fear, exactly, but with awareness of how alone I was. I tried to shake it off and focused on unlocking the cabin door. Inside, the cabin was small but functional. A single room served as a living area with a kitchenette in one corner. A wood stove stood against the wall, and there was a small bedroom with a thin mattress in the back. The place was dusty, with cobwebs in the corners, but clean enough. The furniture was basic. A small table, 2 chairs, a worn armchair. There was electricity, but I wasn't sure if it worked. I found the fuse box and flipped the switch, and the lights flickered on. A sense of relief spread through me. I unpacked a few things and then decided to explore outside. The clearing around the cabin was larger than it had appeared from the road, perhaps half an acre, with grass worn down near the cabin and trees rising up on all sides. The forest beyond seemed endless, dense and darkening as twilight fell. I walked toward the edge of the clearing, crunching leaves under my boots. The air felt cooler here, damp with the approaching night. My heartbeat quickened slightly, but I told myself it was just excitement, a natural response to the quiet and isolation. As the light faded completely, I went back inside and started a fire in the stove. The small flames licked the air with warmth, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. I cooked a simple meal and sat at the table, staring into the dancing shadows. Outside, I could hear the forest breathing, the wind through the trees, the distant crack of branches, and something else, a soft, almost imperceptible crunching. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I froze, listening. There it was again, coming from just beyond the clearing. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer or a raccoon, but the sound had a different rhythm, deliberate, almost like it was moving carefully and watching. I got up and peeked through the window, shining my flashlight across the clearing. Nothing. The beam caught only the dark shapes of the trees and the forest floor, littered with leaves and fallen branches. My pulse quickened. I tried to calm myself by thinking about how many times I had hiked in the woods, how normal it was to hear noises at night. Still, there was something about the stillness that felt unnatural. I decided to check the perimeter of the cabin, carrying a small hatchet I had brought along for firewood. I walked slowly, sweeping the flashlight across the ground, the underbrush, and the tree trunks. The beam caught a flash of movement at the edge of the clearing, and I stopped dead. My heart pounded. A figure, or maybe just a shadow, slipped behind a tree. I froze, staring. There was no sound this time, but the presence felt real. My mind raced with explanations. Deer, raccoons, nothing dangerous. Yet the more I tried to convince myself, the more the doubt gnawed at the edges of my confidence. I returned inside and locked the doors. I double-checked the windows and the latch on the front door. Sitting by the stove, I tried to focus on something mundane. The fire, the smell of burning wood, the comforting warmth. But the feeling of being watched persisted. Every snap of a branch outside made me jump. Every shadow seemed to stretch closer, like the forest was pressing in on the cabin. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would carry me away from the tension building in my mind. The night passed slowly. Every noise startled me. Every shadow seemed to move. At one point, I woke to the sound of scraping against the cabin door, soft but deliberate. My heart raced. I sat up in bed, clutching the blanket, listening. The noise stopped, then started again, moving along the side of the cabin. My first instinct was to hide, to retreat to the back bedroom, but I forced myself to stay calm. I grabbed the hatchet and moved toward the window, shining the flashlight outside. Nothing, only the dense forest, unmoving, silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Morning brought a deceptive calm. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long lines across the floor. I felt some relief, though the tension of the previous night lingered. I ate breakfast slowly, listening to the forest. Everything seemed normal in daylight. I told myself I had been overreacting, that fear made the darkness seem worse, that humans are wired to imagine threats when isolated. I planned to spend the day exploring, to occupy my mind and reclaim some sense of control. I wandered through the forest, marking my path carefully with small piles of stones so I could find my way back. The woods were dense, almost claustrophobic, and every snapped twig or rustling leaf reminded me of last night. Hours passed as I moved cautiously along narrow paths, over fallen logs, around thick underbrush. I felt the peace I had hoped for, the quiet rhythm of nature, but the memory of being watched lingered. As I returned to the cabin in late afternoon, I noticed something unusual. Near the edge of the clearing, The underbrush had been disturbed, flattened as if someone had walked through recently. The pattern wasn't random. It seemed deliberate, a path leading from the forest toward the cabin. My stomach tightened. I scanned the area, the forest, the ground. Nothing moved, but the evidence was there. Someone had been close. I went inside immediately, locking all doors and windows again. I moved the furniture in front of the doors for added security and checked the phone. No signal. The nearest town was miles away, and I realized that if someone was near the cabin, I would be on my own. Panic rose briefly, but I forced myself to breathe and think rationally. If someone wanted trouble, they would have made themselves known already. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Night came again, and with it, a creeping dread. The wind shifted, and branches scraped against the walls. I heard movement outside, soft and deliberate, stopping and starting as if whoever it was testing the boundaries. I stayed in the bedroom, hatchet in hand, flashlight close. Hours passed slowly. At one point, I saw a shadow move past the window, fleeting but unmistakable. My pulse jumped, and I froze. The presence was real, human, and close. Suddenly, the cabin door shook. Not violently, but firmly enough to make the walls tremble. My first instinct was to swing the hatchet, but reason held me back. I stayed crouched, listening. Footsteps retreated into the darkness, and I waited for what felt like forever before daring to breathe. I spent the rest of the night in tense vigilance. At dawn, I made a decision. I would leave immediately. I packed my belongings quietly, checking every corner of the cabin to ensure I hadn't missed anything. Outside, the clearing looked calm, peaceful even in the early morning light, but I knew better. The forest held secrets, and someone had been there. I loaded my car quickly, glancing at the trees, listening. There was no one in sight, only the wind and the distant cry of a bird. The drive back to the main road was tense. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow cast by the rising sun, made me I never thought a weekend getaway would turn into one of the most frightening experiences of my life. But looking back now, I can see how everything lined up, step by step, into what became a long, tense, and exhausting ordeal. I had planned the trip months in advance, the idea being simple. Escape the city, go somewhere remote, spend a few days alone in nature, disconnect, and recharge. I didn't know much about the area, just that it was a heavily forested region in the mountains, with a few cabins scattered around, rented out to people looking to get away from everything. The listing I found online made it sound perfect. Rustic but safe, far from neighbors, surrounded by forest, and with a small lake nearby. I liked that idea because I had been under a lot of stress, and the thought of being completely alone was appealing. I packed my backpack carefully. Clothes, extra layers, food, water, a first aid kit, and a flashlight with spare batteries. I even brought a small pocket knife, mostly out of habit, though I never expected I would need it. I left my phone behind, only taking it for emergencies, since I didn't want distractions. The journey to the cabin was longer than I expected. I drove on winding mountain roads, the trees closing in on either side, making the route feel narrower with each mile. Eventually, the paved road turned into a dirt track, uneven and full of potholes, and I had to slow down to a crawl. The GPS signal went out completely about 20 minutes before I reached the cabin, and the last stretch was guided only by memory of the directions I had printed out. When I finally arrived, it was late afternoon. The cabin itself was small but solid, made of rough wood, with a steep roof and a single chimney. There was a small porch with a couple of chairs, and the lake was visible through the trees, its surface smooth and reflecting the dim sunlight. No one was around. The silence was immediate and absolute, broken only by the faint sound of leaves rustling and occasional birdsong. I parked my car, unloaded my backpack, and walked up to the porch, feeling a strange mix of calm and unease. The cabin smelled faintly of wood and dust. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was as described online, small but functional. There was a kitchen area, a dining table, a living space with a couch, and a narrow staircase leading to a lofted bedroom. I set my bag down and walked around, inspecting everything. The windows were thick and solid, with curtains, and the front door had a sturdy lock. Everything seemed normal. I started a small fire in the fireplace, the warmth immediately giving me a sense of security. I unpacked my things and prepared a simple dinner. As I ate, I looked out the window at the surrounding forest, noticing how the trees grew dense and dark. Shadows were stretching long across the ground, and I felt an inexplicable tension. The first night was relatively uneventful. I stayed up later than usual, the fireplace crackling, the occasional owl hoot breaking the silence. I went to bed feeling a little uneasy, but attributing it to being alone in a strange place. I slept fitfully, waking a few times at the sounds of branches scraping against the cabin, wind rustling the leaves, and distant animal calls. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was thick and quiet. Birds chirped, squirrels darted between trees, and I saw tracks I couldn't identify. The lake was beautiful, still, and I spent time walking along its edge. I noticed a few other cabins far in the distance, but no one was nearby. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I felt safe during the daylight. That evening, as I returned to the cabin, I realized something odd. My car, which I had parked facing the forest trail, now seemed slightly angled differently. At first, I thought I might have misremembered the exact position, but as I walked closer, my stomach sank. There were small scuff marks in the dirt around the car. They looked like footprints, but not human. They were too small and uneven to be any animal I could identify immediately. Panic didn't set in yet, but unease did. I checked the locks on the doors, double-checked the windows, and spent the night with the fire burning brighter than usual. The next morning, I found more signs. Branches were broken near the porch, leaves were disturbed in a way that suggested movement, and there were tracks leading into the woods near the cabin. My first instinct was to convince myself it was an animal. Deer, perhaps, or a large raccoon. But something about the spacing and pattern didn't sit right. It felt deliberate, as if someone or something had been walking around carefully, observing. I wanted to leave, but the thought of driving down the dirt roads with limited daylight and no cell signal felt dangerous in itself. I told myself I would stay calm and investigate cautiously. I spent the day clearing brush near the cabin, making the area around it more visible. I carried my pocket knife openly, keeping it in my hand when walking beyond the porch. Around midday, I noticed a figure in the distance, partially hidden by trees. At first, I thought I imagined it, but then it moved, just a small shift, a shadow stepping behind a trunk. My heart raced. I didn't recognize the person. It was too far to tell, but I froze, trying not to make noise. The figure didn't approach immediately, and eventually, it disappeared from sight. I retreated to the cabin and locked all doors and windows. My mind was racing. Could it be someone camping nearby? A hiker? Or something more sinister? I decided to stay inside the cabin until nightfall. Night in that cabin was different from the previous night. Shadows seemed to stretch across the walls, the wind sounded louder, and every noise, no matter how small, felt amplified. The sound of branches snapping outside made me jump repeatedly. I tried to keep myself occupied, pacing, reading, and occasionally glancing out the windows. I avoided opening the doors entirely. Around midnight, I heard the distinct sound of something heavy being dragged across the porch. My stomach sank. I held my breath, listening. The noise stopped, then a soft scratching, like someone fingernails scraping the wood. I grabbed my flashlight and my knife and approached the door slowly, trying to see without being completely exposed. Outside, nothing was visible, but the footprints were there, fresh, circling around the cabin as if someone had walked all the way around, then disappeared into the woods. I stayed awake for hours, too scared to sleep, too aware of every little sound. By morning, I was exhausted. I considered leaving immediately, but driving down the unpaved road alone, exhausted, seemed risky. I spent the day fortifying the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture in front of doors and windows, tied ropes across possible entry points, and kept my knife ready at all times. I explored the area cautiously, documenting the tracks and markings, trying to determine if they were human or animal. The answer was inconclusive, but nothing I saw was typical for wildlife. That night, the noises returned, louder and more deliberate. I could hear soft thumps on the walls, footsteps circling the cabin, and the occasional sharp tap on the windows. I didn't open the curtains. I stayed in the corner of the main room, flashlight shining across the floor, knife in hand. My mind was on edge. I felt trapped, but also knew that panic could get me hurt. Hours passed in silence at some points, then bursts of noise. I tried to ration my energy, resting when I could, but every sound made me tense up again. The days continued in this way. I started to notice patterns. Movements in the forest were more frequent in the late afternoon and just after sunset. Footprints and broken branches appeared in the same areas repeatedly. I began leaving small deterrents. Rocks near doors, logs placed strategically, things that would make a sound if disturbed. I was improvising because I couldn't be sure what or who was outside. Eventually, I realized I couldn't stay hidden forever. Supplies were running low, and I needed to make a plan to leave safely. I spent an entire day observing the forest from the windows, noting movement, tracking shadows, and listening to wind patterns. By late afternoon, I thought I had identified a gap, a period when the forest was quiet and movement minimal. I gathered my things, packed everything into my backpack, and prepared to leave. I decided to take a circuitous route. Instead of taking the dirt road directly, I would follow a path I had found while exploring, one that led toward a ranger station several miles away. It was a longer route, but offered cover and better odds of encountering someone in case of trouble. That evening, just as the sun dipped low, I slipped out the back door, moving quickly but quietly. My flashlight was in my hand, knife strapped to my side. The forest seemed alive, but during that critical stretch, it was silent. I moved steadily, following my observations from earlier. Around midnight, I reached the edge of the lake. I paused, listening. The tracks that had surrounded the cabin were gone. No footprints, no snapping I remember the first time I ever decided to rent a cabin in the woods by myself. I had been living in the city for years, constantly surrounded by the noise of traffic, people, and lights that never went out. The exhaustion of it all had finally caught up to me. My mind was restless, my body worn down, and I wanted something quiet, something far away from civilization, where the only sound was the wind through the trees and the occasional bird in the distance. I found an advertisement online for a small cabin, tucked deep in a forest miles from the nearest town. The pictures looked rustic but inviting, with a little porch and a wood-burning stove. The description promised seclusion and peace. I had no doubts. I booked it immediately. The drive out there was longer than I expected. The map on my phone led me through winding roads that narrowed into gravel paths, then dirt trails, and finally a barely distinguishable track through thick woods. First, I was anxious. The car bounced over roots and potholes, and the forest seemed to close in around me with every mile. There were no other cars, no houses, no lights in the distance. The silence was unnerving at first, but I tried to convince myself it was just part of the charm of being away from everything. Eventually, I arrived at a clearing where the cabin sat. It was smaller than I imagined but solid, with a steep roof, weathered logs, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in months. There was a pile of firewood stacked by the side, and the windows were dusty, but nothing looked broken. I parked my car and stepped out, taking a deep breath. The air was cold and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. For a moment, I felt like I could breathe again, like I had left all the city stress behind. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. The wooden floors creaked under my weight, and the air smelled faintly of old wood and moss. There was a small kitchen area with a stove and sink, a tiny table, and a couple of chairs. A loft above had a simple bed, and there were shelves with canned food and basic supplies. I set my things down and started unpacking. As the sun set, the forest outside darkened into a deep green-black, and shadows stretched across the cabin walls. I lit the stove to warm up, and the small fire filled the room with a comforting glow. I thought about taking a walk to explore the area, but the sky was turning a dark purple, and the forest felt too imposing to venture into without light. I decided to wait until morning. That night, I slept fitfully. I was aware of every sound: the wind rattling the roof, the occasional crack of a branch against the cabin, and the soft rustle of something moving outside. I kept telling myself it was just animals, probably deer or raccoons, but there was a tension I couldn't shake. The isolation was more intense than I had imagined. When I woke up, the cabin was bathed in a pale, gray light filtering through the trees. I dressed quickly, brewed coffee over the stove, and finally stepped outside. The forest stretched endlessly, dense and quiet. There was a narrow trail leading away from the cabin, and I decided to follow it for a while, thinking a short hike would help me feel more comfortable in the area. The trail was overgrown in parts, with fallen branches and roots jutting out from the earth. Birds called intermittently, but otherwise, there was only the sound of my boots crunching leaves and twigs. I noticed tracks in the mud, deer tracks, I assumed, but some were larger, more ambiguous. A pang of unease hit me, but I pushed it aside, telling myself it was probably just a wild animal. I hiked for a few hours, circling back toward the cabin before the sun reached its peak. The feeling of solitude was starting to wear on me, a subtle, creeping anxiety that I hadn't anticipated. Back at the cabin, I decided to settle in for the day. I stacked firewood, cleaned up the small kitchen, and checked the supplies. I felt a little more comfortable once the cabin was tidy, but as evening approached, a nagging thought kept returning. Something about the way the woods seemed too quiet, too still. Normally, in a forest, there would be a constant hum of life. Birds, insects, maybe the distant sound of water. Here, it was almost eerily silent. That night, I made sure the doors were locked and the windows latched. I went to bed with the fire burning low in the stove, but I didn't sleep well. Every small noise made me tense. The wind seemed to push against the walls, the branches scraped like fingernails, and I felt watched, though I knew logically there was no one else there. The following day, I decided to go further into the forest. I packed a backpack with food, water, and a first aid kit, and started along a less trodden path I had noticed the day before. The deeper I went, the more remote it became. Sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy, and the underbrush was thick, snagging at my clothes. I had a sense of being enclosed, like the forest was a living entity around me. A creek appeared, its water clear and cold. I filled my water bottle, washed my face, and took a moment to sit on a rock, listening to the gentle gurgle of the stream. It felt peaceful, yet at the same time, I had a constant low-level tension gnawing at me. After a while, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The trail had vanished into overgrown brush, and I couldn't recognize the landmarks I had seen earlier. My heart started to race. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction looked the same. Trees stretched endlessly, and the forest seemed to close in more tightly. I called out, but my voice echoed back at me in the still air. No one answered. Panic began to rise. My backpack felt heavier as I tried to move faster, but the forest resisted me. Roots caught my boots, branches scratched my arms, and I stumbled repeatedly. The realization hit me hard. I was lost, alone, in a dense forest, miles from any help. As the hours passed, the light began to fade. I tried to remain calm, focusing on one step at a time. I considered climbing a tree to see if I could spot the cabin or any other signs of human presence. I found a tall tree with thick branches and began to climb, my arms burning and legs trembling. From the top, I could see the forest stretched endlessly in all directions. There was no sign of the cabin, no clearing, nothing familiar. My chest tightened. I was completely disoriented. I climbed down, knowing I couldn't stay there forever. I chose a direction, hoping it would lead me back, and started walking again. The underbrush clawing at me, insects biting, and the sky turning a dull orange as the sun neared the horizon. Night came quickly in the forest. The temperature dropped, and shadows deepened into impenetrable black. I was cold, hungry, and exhausted. My backpack held some water and a small snack, but I knew I couldn't last long if I didn't find shelter. I searched for a suitable place to stay for the night, finally finding a natural overhang beneath a fallen tree. It wasn't comfortable, but it would keep me off the damp ground. I wrapped myself in a thin blanket I had brought and tried to rest. The sounds of the night were amplified now, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, and the occasional distant howl that made my stomach knot. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to keep panic from taking over, knowing that fear could be as dangerous as hunger or cold. At some point during the night, I heard movement nearby. My heart thudded in my chest. I froze, listening. There were low, heavy footsteps, something large moving cautiously. I held my breath. It wasn't a human. I could tell by the sound it was too heavy, too uneven. A bear, perhaps, or some other large animal. I stayed perfectly still, hoping it would pass. The steps stopped, and for what felt like an eternity, there was silence. Then, faint rustling as it moved away. I didn't dare move until the first light of dawn filtered through the trees. Morning brought clarity but no relief. I was still lost. My sense of direction had returned only vaguely, and my options were limited. I knew I couldn't just wander randomly. I needed a plan. I decided to follow the creek I had found the day before, reasoning that it would eventually lead to a larger water source or a clearing, and maybe even the cabin. My feet were sore, my muscles stiff, but I forced myself forward. The creek was a guide, but it wasn't easy to follow. Thick vegetation often forced me to leave the water and circle back. I fell multiple times, scraped my arms and legs, and felt my energy draining quickly. By the third day, I was desperate. I had minimal food and water, my clothes were torn, and I felt the beginnings of blisters forming on my feet. I was constantly alert, fearing another encounter with wildlife. Each crack of a branch made my heart race, but I refused to give up. I remembered the cabin, remembered that I had started from somewhere, and that somewhere could still be found. I tried to recall the terrain, the shapes of trees, and the slope of the land. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to notice familiar patterns. A bend in the creek, a particular moss-covered rock. I had been planning this trip for months, a solo getaway into the wilderness far from the city and its noise. I had never been particularly experienced with cabins or living in the woods, but I knew enough to get by, or at least I thought I did. I wanted quiet, I wanted isolation, and I wanted to test myself in ways that my everyday life never allowed. The cabin I had rented was remote, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twisted through dense forest, far past any signs of human habitation. The directions the owner had provided were vague, and the GPS barely worked past a certain point. I told myself that was part of the adventure, that getting lost slightly was all part of feeling alone in the woods. The first day I arrived, I remember driving down the last stretch of road, the trees closing in so tightly on either side that the sunlight barely reached the ground. The air had a strange, damp smell, the kind of smell that makes you realize how alive the forest is, how everything is decaying and growing at the same time. I parked in front of the cabin, which was small and old but solid. The wood was weathered and gray, the roof sagging slightly in the middle. A narrow porch wrapped around the front, and the windows were grimy, giving the place a neglected look. But there was something about it that felt safe, at least superficially safe. Inside, the cabin was cold and musty. Dust coated the furniture, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. The place had been empty for some time. I set down my bag and walked through the rooms, inspecting everything. There was a small kitchen with a stove that looked like it worked, a sink with running water that was murky at first but cleared up after a few minutes of letting it run. There was a fireplace stacked with logs, though I would later find that lighting a fire was not as easy as it seemed. The bedroom was tiny, just a bed with a thin mattress and a few blankets folded neatly at the end. I unpacked my minimal supplies and tried to convince myself that I was ready for this. The first night was surprisingly easy. I had brought a lantern and extra batteries, so even when darkness fell, I felt a strange comfort in the small circle of light it cast. I made dinner, a simple can of beans heated on the stove, and watched the shadows in the corners of the room stretch and move. Even then, there was a subtle unease in the air, something I could not name. It was not fear of ghosts or monsters. It was fear of being utterly alone, of realizing how small and fragile I was compared to the vast, silent forest outside. The second day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I followed a narrow trail that led downhill to a stream. The water was clear and cold, rushing over smooth stones, and the forest was alive with birdsong and the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was beautiful, almost hypnotic, and I spent hours walking along the stream, collecting rocks and observing the patterns of the trees. I noted how quiet the forest became when I stopped moving, how the absence of wind and sound created an almost oppressive sense of stillness. It was during this walk that I first noticed the footprints. They were fresh, deep impressions in the soft soil near the edge of the stream. Human footprints, large and uneven, as if someone had been carrying a heavy pack. At first, I assumed it was another hiker or perhaps the owner of the cabin checking the property. But the prints were not on the main trail. They were deeper in the brush, almost hidden. My stomach tightened, but I told myself it was probably nothing. The forest had other visitors all the time. I returned to the cabin and tried to ignore the unease. That evening, as I prepared dinner, I heard it. A scraping sound, faint but distinct, coming from outside. I froze, straining to hear. The wind could not make that noise. It was deliberate, methodical. I grabbed the lantern and moved cautiously to the window, peering through the grimy glass, but I could see nothing in the darkness beyond the weak pool of light from the cabin. My heart was racing, but I told myself it was just a deer or a bear, maybe a raccoon trying to get into the trash I had left near the cabin. I tried to convince myself, but the sound persisted intermittently, like someone circling the cabin, testing the walls with light taps and scratches. Sleep that night was almost impossible. I kept waking at strange noises, convinced I heard footsteps on the porch or in the nearby brush. I refused to leave the bed for fear of encountering something I could not handle. But the cabin felt different somehow, colder, heavier, as if the walls themselves were pressing inward. I began to notice small details I had ignored before, the way the shadows pooled in corners, the way the floorboards creaked in irregular patterns, as if someone were walking across them when I was not moving. The next morning, I forced myself outside, telling myself I had to face the unease. I checked the perimeter of the cabin, walking around the small clearing. There were no footprints, no evidence of anyone having been near the cabin overnight. I even looked up and down the narrow road that led to the cabin, but it was empty and silent. Relief washed over me, though it was fleeting. I began to realize how easy it would be for someone to hide in these woods, how quickly a person could move unseen, and how little I had done to protect myself. I spent the day making small improvements to the cabin, stacking firewood more efficiently, securing the windows, checking the locks on the doors. Every task was accompanied by a heightened awareness of my surroundings, a nervous scanning of the tree-line and the brush beyond. I moved with deliberate care, listening constantly, imagining footsteps, imagining shadows that did not exist. By the evening, exhaustion had taken over, and I finally allowed myself a meal and a cup of water. The scraping sound returned, and this time, I noticed something new. Faint marks on the porch, like claws or nails scraping the wood. My stomach sank. This was no raccoon. Over the following days, the tension escalated. The sounds became more frequent, more deliberate. At times, I thought I glimpsed movement in the corners of my eyes, dark shapes among the trees. I began to ration my movements, staying inside during the day as much as possible, peering out the windows with mounting anxiety. The forest that had seemed so inviting at first now felt like a cage, and I realized that I was not just uncomfortable. I was being hunted, or at least observed. I decided I had to leave, but the road back was treacherous. Rain had turned the dirt road into a slick, muddy track, and the nearest town was over an hour away on foot, longer by car if I could even make it down the narrow stretch. I packed lightly, readying myself for the walk. That night, I slept fitfully. The the sounds outside so close and persistent that I could not ignore them. I could hear scraping, snapping twigs, soft thuds. Someone or something moving carefully through the underbrush, testing the cabin's defenses. Morning came, gray and misty. I slipped into my boots and grabbed my backpack, moving quietly to the door. My heart pounded, my hands shook, but I knew I had to leave. I stepped outside, scanning the surrounding trees. The forest was quiet for the first time in days, eerily so. I began walking down the narrow road, each step measured, my eyes constantly darting side to side. The mud made the walk slow and arduous. At one point, I slipped on a slick patch and nearly fell, but caught myself against a tree. My pulse was racing, my breath coming in short gasps, but I pressed onward. About halfway down the road, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing between the trees, partially hidden, watching. My stomach turned to ice. It was a man, tall, wearing dark clothing, completely still. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he stepped back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. I didn't stop to look, didn't slow my pace. I moved faster, walking almost at a jog, my eyes scanning for any other movement. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart leap. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I emerged from the forest onto a paved road. Relief flooded me, washing away the adrenaline in waves. I flagged down a passing car and explained as briefly as I could that I needed help, that I had been in the woods and something or someone was following me. The driver, a middle-aged woman, nodded calmly and offered to drive me to the nearest police station. At the station, I filed a report. They took me seriously, though there was little they could do without evidence. I provided descriptions of the footprints, the marks on the cabin, the glimpses of the figure. They advised me to stay in town until they could send an officer to check the cabin, and I agreed without hesitation. I rented a small motel room for a few nights, barely sleeping, haunted by the memory of those days in isolation. Several days later, the local police went to the cabin. They found evidence of someone staying there, small traces of human presence, footprints leading in and out of the forest, items that did not belong to the cabin owner. It appeared that someone had been living in the woods near the cabin, possibly watching the property for weeks, moving silently, observing anyone who approached. There was no confrontation. They had moved away before the I had been planning the trip for months, imagining it as a break from the constant hum of city life, a chance to breathe clean air and be alone in the woods. I found the cabin online, tucked deep in a forest far from any town, the kind of place where cell service was patchy at best. The pictures promised rustic charm. A small wooden structure with a steep roof, a chimney that promised warm fires, and a porch overlooking a clearing surrounded by dense trees. The price was low for a weekend getaway, which made me nervous, but I told myself that the isolation was part of the appeal. I wanted solitude, nothing more. I drove through the winding back roads, my car crunching over gravel as the forest thickened around me. The sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, and the air smelled faintly of moss and damp earth. The GPS had lost signal hours ago, leaving me to rely on the fading directions printed from the rental site. I passed a few abandoned farmhouses, long overgrown with weeds, their windows dark and staring, and I felt a shiver pass through me. It wasn't fear exactly, more a creeping awareness that I was alone, completely alone, and that the world I knew had receded. When I finally arrived at the cabin, it looked even smaller in person than it had in photos. The wooden walls were weathered, the paint chipped, but structurally it seemed sound. A thin plume of smoke drifted lazily from the chimney, which was odd. I hadn't seen anyone else on the road. I stepped out, hearing my own boots crunch on the gravel. The door was unlocked. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and faint dust, the kind of smell that makes you cough just a little when you first step in. The furniture was minimal. A table, a few chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a small stove. There was a stack of firewood in the corner, neatly cut, as though someone had prepared for my arrival. I set my bag down and walked around, opening windows to let the air in. Outside, the forest pressed close to the walls. The sun was low in the sky, and shadows stretched across the clearing. I decided to start a fire, using the kindling stacked neatly in a corner. I had done this 100 times in camping trips before, and it came easily. A spark, a match, and the kindling caught quickly. Soon the stove glowed orange, casting a warm light across the room. I unpacked my things, making the bed, laying out my clothes for the next day, and then sat at the table with a small lantern, looking out the window. As dusk fell, the forest darkened quickly. The wind picked up, rustling branches against the walls. I could hear the occasional call of a bird or the distant howl of a coyote, and at first it was peaceful, the kind of sounds that make you feel like the world is wide and alive. But as the night deepened, I noticed how isolating it felt. The shadows under the trees thickened into black shapes, and every little sound, the creak of a branch, the groan of the cabin settling, made my stomach tighten. I ate a small dinner I had packed, a can of beans and some bread, washing it down with water from a bottle. The cabin was silent except for the crackle of the fire. I tried to focus on reading, but my attention kept wandering to the windows, to the forest beyond, to the feeling of being watched that had started slowly, like a shadow creeping along the edges of my mind. I told myself it was absurd, that no one could possibly be here, and yet the feeling persisted. Hours passed. The fire had burned low, and I decided to sleep, though I left the lantern on just in case. The bed creaked as I lay down, the thin mattress doing little to soften the wooden frame. The wind outside had picked up more, rattling the windows. At some point, I was jolted awake by a sound, soft at first, like a footstep in the gravel outside. I froze, my heart hammering. There was another sound, closer this time, a scraping noise that made my skin crawl. I lay very still, straining to hear. The sound stopped, and I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, that the wind had blown a branch against the cabin. But then it came again, heavier this time, unmistakable. Someone was walking around outside. I grabbed the lantern and held it up, my hands shaking. The light flickered against the walls, the trees, the clearing beyond. For a moment, I saw a shadow move past one of the windows. I held my breath, every muscle tense. Whoever it was, they were careful, quiet, moving slowly, watching. Panic set in. I considered calling for help, but my phone was dead. No signal at all. I had no way to call anyone. I thought about running, but the forest around the cabin was dense, dark, impossible to navigate in the night without knowing the paths. I had no choice but to stay put, and I bolted the door as best I could, placing a chair against it for extra security. The night stretched endlessly. Every little sound, the wind, an animal, a branch snapping, made my pulse spike. I didn't sleep, just sat in the dark, trying to stay calm. By morning, the first light filtering through the trees, I could see more clearly around the cabin. There were footprints in the gravel, circling the cabin, small and deliberate. Someone had been there all night. I checked the windows. Nothing was broken, nothing taken, but the awareness that someone had been so close, had watched me sleep, made my stomach churn. I decided I had to leave. I packed quickly, grabbing the essentials and my bag. I considered taking the car, but it was parked where I had left it, though I noticed a new set of tracks leading off into the woods, large, booted footsteps that didn't match mine. I locked the cabin door, left a note on the table in case someone found me later, and started walking toward the main road, hoping it was closer than it felt. The walk was slow. The forest seemed to close in around me. Every sound made me jump. At one point, I thought I saw a figure moving between the trees, and I ducked behind a bush, holding my breath until it passed. I forced myself to keep going, following the faint path I had arrived on, using the sun to guide me. Hours passed. My legs were sore, my lungs burning, but eventually, I saw the faint outline of a paved road cutting through the forest. I ran toward it, waving my arms as cars approached. Finally, a vehicle stopped. I told the driver, shaking, about the cabin, about being watched, about the footprints. They didn't hesitate. They drove me to the nearest town, where I called the police. Later, an officer accompanied me back to the cabin during daylight. There was no one there, of course. The footprints from the night were gone. The officer took notes, but there wasn't much they could do. There were no suspects, no signs of forced entry. The cabin was safe now, empty, but the sense of violation lingered. I stayed in town that night, sleeping in a motel with lights on, feeling the hum of civilization around me. The fear hadn't left entirely, but it had shifted. It was no longer a panic, just a knowledge that there are places in the world where being alone isn't safe, where the isolation you seek can become a trap. I knew I would return to the woods someday, but never to a place where I had no way to contact the outside world, where someone could move unseen and I would be entirely at their mercy. In the weeks that followed, I learned more about the area. The forest was popular for hunters and occasional hikers, and there had been reports of break-ins at cabins, though nothing violent. I realized that what I had experienced was not supernatural, not some imagined threat, but very real human danger. Someone had likely been scouting the cabin for weeks, watching for a chance to enter when it was empty, and I had unknowingly walked into that trap. The lesson was clear. Isolation in the wilderness carries risks beyond the elements. I never returned to that cabin. I found other places to go, more populated cabins, locations where I could still feel the solitude of nature without the vulnerability of being completely cut off. And over time, the fear faded, replaced by a cautious respect for the wilderness and the people who inhabit it, both seen and unseen. The experience left a mark on me, a reminder that the world is not always safe, that even in the quietest, most beautiful places, danger can be close, patient, and silent. Looking back, I realize I survived not because of luck, but because I stayed calm enough to act, because I recognized the signs, and because I trusted the instinct that told me not to stay. The forest remained beautiful, the cabin still quaint and inviting, but I knew now that appearances can be deceiving, and that the line between peaceful isolation and real danger can be thinner than a single footprint in the gravel. And that understanding, hard-earned and clear, was what ultimately kept me safe. I had been planning this trip for months, ever since I first found the listing for the cabin online. It was in a remote part of the northern woods, far from any town or major road, tucked away near a river that ran through dense pine forests. The cabin itself was old but sturdy, built of dark, weathered logs with a small porch and a metal roof that had begun to rust in patches. The photos showed a cozy interior, with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a loft bedroom with a view of the forest beyond. I liked the idea of isolation. I liked the idea of being entirely alone for a week. Life had been overwhelming lately, work piling up, the constant buzz of notifications, emails, and calls. I needed silence, I needed space, I needed the quiet that only nature could provide. I packed my car carefully, making sure I had enough supplies. Food for a week, plenty of water, a first aid kit, extra blankets, a flashlight with batteries, and a small portable generator I could use if the power went out. The last thing I wanted was to get stranded with nothing but a candle in a forest in early October, when nights were already dropping below freezing. I also brought a small axe and a folding shovel. I wasn't a survival expert, but I knew better than to completely trust that an old cabin in the woods would have everything I might need. The drive there was long and slow. The highway gave way to narrow, twisting roads, then to gravel tracks that shook the car and threw dust into the air. My GPS signal flickered on and off as I drove deeper into the forest, but I had printed a set of directions just in case. The air grew colder as I climbed higher, and the trees thickened, towering over the road like silent sentinels. By the time I reached the last fork, where a small wooden sign pointed down a barely maintained path labeled private property, the sun was low, casting long shadows that stretched across the road. I parked the car at the end of the path and unloaded my things, taking note of how silent it was. There were no sounds of traffic, no distant voices, only the whisper of the wind through the pines and the occasional rustle of leaves. The cabin looked even more remote in person. The logs were darkened by age, moss growing in the cracks, and the porch sagged slightly under the weight of time. A small woodpile sat to one side, covered with a tarp, and the chimney jutted straight up from the roof, smoke stains darkening its sides. The windows were dirty, but I could make out the warm glow of the interior. I unlocked the door, tested it with my key, and stepped inside. The air was musty but not unpleasant, carrying the faint smell of old wood mixed with faint traces of the pine forest outside. The floorboards creaked under my weight, but the cabin was solid. I spent the first hour unpacking and organizing. I set the generator in the corner and tested it. It roared to life and the small overhead lights flickered on, illuminating the interior. I stocked the kitchen with my supplies, laid out the blankets on the bed, and checked the fireplace. The chimney looked clear enough to use, so I stacked some wood nearby, ready for the evening. The comfort of the small, enclosed space was immediate. I felt the tension of the city melt slightly as I walked around, taking in the walls lined with shelves, the small table by the window, and the loft above where I would sleep. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest outside changed. Shadows thickened between the trees, and the wind grew sharper, rustling through branches like distant whispers. I lit a small fire in the fireplace, enjoying the crackle and warmth, and set about cooking a simple meal. I ate slowly, listening to the wind and the occasional sound of small animals moving outside. By the time I finished, darkness had fully settled, and I was glad of the fire and the generator's light. The first night was uneventful, though I woke several times to the sounds outside. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, distant thumps. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence, but I told myself it was just deer or raccoons moving through the underbrush. I went back to sleep each time, comforted by the fire's warmth and the sturdy walls around me. The next day, I set out to explore the area around the cabin. A small trail led down to the river, and I walked along the bank, noting the clarity of the water and the sheer quiet of the woods. I marked a few trees with strips of cloth in case I wanted to come back, and I kept an eye out for wildlife. There were deer tracks, some fox prints, and the occasional bird that darted through the trees. I spent the day walking, taking photographs, collecting firewood, and just absorbing the isolation. The beauty of the forest was undeniable, but so was the sense of being entirely alone. I could go hours without seeing another person, and by the time I returned to the cabin, my arms were sore from carrying wood, and my legs tired from climbing uneven ground. The second night brought a different kind of silence. The wind had picked up, rattling the roof and shaking the trees outside. I sat by the fire, reading a small notebook I had brought, jotting down observations and thoughts. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint scraping sound from the porch. I froze, listening carefully. The sound came again, soft but deliberate, like something heavy being dragged across the wood. My first thought was a deer, but the way it paused and shifted made it feel deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight and cautiously stepped onto the porch, shining the beam across the clearing. There was nothing, no animal, no sign of anyone. The woodpile was intact, the ground undisturbed. I chalked it up to branches rubbing against the cabin in the wind and returned inside, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next 2 days, the isolation grew heavier. The forest seemed alive in ways I hadn't noticed before. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept the doors locked and checked the windows constantly. I walked the trails cautiously, always aware of where I was, always keeping the cabin within sight. At first, the solitude had been comforting, but now it was oppressive. I realized how easy it would be to get lost out here, how quickly help could become impossible. On the fourth night, the weather changed. Rain began around sunset, soft at first, then heavier, pounding the roof and splattering against the windows. The wind became violent, gusts rattling the cabin and whipping branches against the walls. I checked the generator, knowing the power could fail at any moment, and made sure the firewood was dry. Hours into the storm, I heard it again, the scraping, faint but unmistakable, coming from the porch. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the axe this time, holding it ready as I approached the door. The porch was empty, but there were footprints in the wet mud, heavy boots, large, coming up from the path that led to the road, stopping at the porch, then disappearing as if whoever it was had slipped back into the forest. I spent the night awake, sitting near the fire, listening. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. I could hear the rain hammering, the wind howling, and in the spaces between, the faintest noises of movement outside. I did not sleep, and by morning, I was exhausted but determined to get through the day. The next day, I ventured only a short distance from the cabin, carrying the axe with me. I found more footprints along the riverbank, larger than mine, some appearing overnight. The realization hit me. Someone had been here while I was sleeping. The thought of an intruder in the woods, moving silently, watching me without confrontation, terrified me. I returned to the cabin, boarding up the lower windows with spare planks and nails I had brought, making sure nothing could get inside. I checked the doors multiple times and kept the generator running, even though I was conserving fuel. Over the following days, I took precautions. I kept the fire burning constantly for warmth and light, leaving a trail of embers along the fireplace so I could rebuild quickly if needed. I moved supplies into the loft, out of reach, and kept the axe within reach at all times. I limited my trips outside, only venturing out when necessary, and always watching for signs of the footprints or other intrusions. The forest, once a place of peace, had become a place of vigilance, a landscape of shadows and hidden movement. The final night was the hardest. The storm returned, stronger than before, the wind screaming through the trees. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. They paused at the front door, then the back, then near the side windows. I sat in the loft, clutching the axe, watching through a small window as the shadows moved outside. Hours passed, each minute stretching unbearably. I felt the weight of exhaustion pressing against me, the fear gnawing at my mind, but I held firm. I reminded myself that I was prepared, that the cabin was solid, that I had food and water and a way to call for help if needed. At dawn, the footsteps stopped. The forest was quiet except for the soft patter of rain. I cautiously descended, checking every corner of the cabin. Outside, the footprints had vanished, leaving only disturbed mud and broken branches. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, a chance to escape the noise and routine of the city and spend a week alone in a small cabin deep in the forest. I found the cabin online, a modest wooden structure tucked between tall pine trees, about 2 miles from the nearest road. The photos made it look isolated and peaceful, exactly what I wanted. The reviews mentioned a creaky floor, a wood-burning stove, and no modern distractions. That was perfect. I packed enough food for a week, a heavy backpack, water, firewood, and all the supplies I thought I might need, and drove the long, winding road toward the cabin, the sun hanging low over the trees, casting long shadows across the asphalt. The last stretch was a gravel road, narrower and rougher with every mile. I had to slow down to navigate potholes and washouts, but the further I went, the quieter everything became. There were no sounds of traffic, no planes overhead, just the occasional bird and the rustling of the wind through the trees. I could feel the tension in my shoulders start to ease. The city had a way of wearing me down, and I had been desperate for silence. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin stood, I pulled my car to the side and sat for a moment, just taking it in. The cabin was small but sturdy, built from dark logs, with a stone chimney rising from the roof. There was a small porch with a sagging railing and a single wooden rocking chair that creaked slightly in the breeze. The surrounding forest was thick and dark, the trees so close that it almost felt like the cabin was swallowed by them. I could hear the distant sound of a creek somewhere to the east. I unloaded my car slowly, taking extra care with the boxes of supplies. I wanted to organize everything neatly inside before the sun went down. The cabin door stuck at first, swollen from weather, but I pushed it open and stepped into a cool, dim interior. The smell of old wood mixed with a faint mustiness from the damp forest floor. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and I could see where the previous occupant had scratched the wood with boots and furniture over the years. I spent the first few hours settling in. I stacked firewood near the stove, unpacked food and supplies, and laid out blankets and a sleeping bag on the narrow bed in the corner. The cabin was small, maybe 3 rooms if you counted the tiny bathroom and the main living area with a kitchen counter against one wall. There was no electricity, no running water except for the small creek outside that I could filter from, and no cell signal. For someone like me who relied on constant connectivity, it felt almost like stepping back in time. But I liked it. I liked the simplicity. As night fell, I built a fire in the stove and watched the flames flicker and crackle. I ate a simple dinner, canned beans and rice, washing it down with water from the filtered creek. Outside, the forest was completely dark, and the sounds were sharper, louder in the absence of human activity. A branch snapped somewhere not too far from the cabin, and I tensed, listening. But nothing followed. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon. That first night, I slept lightly, waking often to the creaks and groans of the old cabin settling, the wind pushing against the logs. In the morning, I stepped outside and took a long walk through the forest. The trees were dense, and sunlight barely pierced the canopy. I found small tracks in the dirt, deer and maybe a fox. It felt good to be moving without another person in sight, the silence interrupted only by the occasional bird call. For the first few days, the routine was peaceful. I collected firewood, explored the surrounding woods, cooked simple meals, and read from a notebook I had brought along. Each evening, I built a fire and sat near it, feeling the warmth seep into my bones as darkness swallowed the forest. The isolation was almost meditative, but by the third night, I started noticing things that unsettled me. The sounds were different at night. Small things like twigs snapping under invisible weight or the occasional rustle in the brush. At first, I told myself it was normal. Animals, nothing more. But then I noticed the pattern. The sounds seemed closer. When I was outside chopping wood, I could hear footsteps in the underbrush, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. I thought maybe it was a fox or a raccoon, but the timing didn't make sense. The steps were too deliberate, too heavy for a small animal. I tried to stay rational. I reminded myself I was alone, nervous from being deep in the woods, and maybe the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. I made a checklist for myself. Keep the fire going, secure the doors and windows, stay alert. I even started carrying the small hatchet I had brought for emergencies whenever I stepped outside after dark. The unsettling feeling grew. On the 4th day, while I was gathering firewood along a narrow path behind the cabin, I found something that made my stomach sink. A small, crudely built camp, maybe 10 feet from the trail. It looked temporary but had been used recently. Charred remains of a fire were still warm. Someone had been there, not long before I arrived. My heart raced. I didn't know who. There was no sign of people now, but I felt the first real spike of fear. Someone else had been in my space without my knowledge, and the thought made me hyper-aware of every shadow. I returned to the cabin quickly, glancing constantly over my shoulder, feeling exposed in the open forest. That night, I double-checked the locks, stacked extra firewood near the door as a barricade, and stayed up by the fire long after the sun had set. Every sound outside made me flinch, my senses on high alert. Around midnight, I heard it, a deliberate crunching of leaves near the back of the cabin. I froze, listening, straining to see in the darkness. Then silence. The sound didn't repeat, but I could feel it in my chest, a lingering fear I couldn't shake. The next day, I debated leaving, but the cabin was miles from the road, and the forest felt endless. Walking out alone, unprepared, seemed risky. I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was just another camper or a hunter passing through. I spent most of the day inspecting the area around the cabin, noting potential paths someone might approach from. Nothing indicated they were still around, but the knowledge that someone had been that close without my awareness stayed with me. The following nights were tense. I slept with the hatchet under my pillow, kept the fire stoked, and avoided walking far from the cabin after dark. I also noticed other signs of human presence. Small footprints near the creek, broken branches along my path, a tin can someone had left behind. Each discovery tightened the knot of fear in my stomach. Then, on the 6th night, it happened. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep with the fire dying down in the stove, when I heard it again. A scraping sound against the cabin wall. Slow, deliberate, close. My heart leapt into my throat. I gripped the hatchet and stayed absolutely still, listening. The scraping stopped, then started again on the opposite side of the cabin. Whoever it was, they were moving around, inspecting, trying doors or walls. I realized I couldn't stay passive. I dressed quickly, boots laced tight, jacket on, and quietly exited through the back door, hatchet ready. The forest was black, thicker than any darkness I remembered. I could barely see, only the faint glow of the dying fire through the cabin window. I moved slowly, trying to find the source of the sound. Then I saw him, a man, crouched behind a tree watching the cabin. He froze as I stepped closer, but he didn't run. His eyes caught the moonlight, and I saw a thin, wiry frame, unkempt hair, ragged clothes. I shouted, not caring about whispering or discretion. The man took a step back, then bolted into the trees. I chased him for a moment, adrenaline pumping, but the forest swallowed him. I returned to the cabin, heart racing, mind spinning. The fire was nearly out, the cabin dark, the wind pressing against the walls. I knew I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, grabbing everything I could carry. Food, water, essentials, a few clothes. I didn't have time to lock the cabin. I didn't care. I ran to the car, loaded everything into the trunk, and started the engine. Headlights cut through the blackness as I drove back down the gravel road. Adrenaline carrying me through potholes and ruts, fear keeping me focused. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where lights and the distant sound of traffic reminded me I was no longer alone. The drive back to the city was long and tense. Every shadow along the roadside made me flinch, but eventually, I saw familiar signs, streetlights, the glow of houses. I reached my apartment as dawn approached, exhausted and shaking, but alive. I unpacked slowly, putting everything in its place, double-checking locks and windows. The isolation of the cabin had been something I had wanted, but the reminder of human unpredictability had made it terrifying. In the days that followed, I processed what had happened. The forest was beautiful, peaceful, and raw, but I understood that isolation came with risk. I was lucky